I see what happened. I think that's a bug with Zoom. Because anyway, I'll talk about it later. Okay. Welcome to breaking through these brick walls using Gedmatch and DNA Painter to find your connections. Okay. I'm gonna go to show sooner or later. Okay, here we go. All right.
Okay.
Who am I? So the beautiful lady you see here is my life's motivation. This is my grandmother. So this is my maternal grandmother on the right. The two images are of her. So in 35 years, my goal is to find my ancestors. That's all I want to do. I want to find my grandmother's grandparents and our ancestors as best I can. And this year, in researching my grandmother and trying to find her as best I can, I tripped over this image on the left. And I said, wait a minute, this is eerie. This lady looks like my grandmother. This is eerie, how she tilts her head, her hands. I was so elated. I still am. Because to find gems like this was in someone else's tree. And so as we're sharing different information, we don't realize the breakthrough we're giving someone else in doing that. So this is my motivation. I'm always going to give homage to my ancestors. It's because of her why I'm here. Now, DNA don't lie. It verifies. You may have heard DNA don't lie, but you ain't heard it verifies. And that's my angle on whatever I do, is that the Dana don't lie. And we just got to let the Dana lead us and tell us what she's trying to say. So since she's not DNA, she's Dana. So tonight, the outline is this. Some simple tips and tricks using Ancestry, Gedmatch, and DNA Painter. Breaking through the challenges you may have in understanding how you're related to other people. How to use these 3 applications to research your cousins who are identified with less than 7 chromosomes. And sometimes you have high chromosomes and you still don't understand their relationships. Like, I think it was Jessica who was just sharing earlier, but we know that we have all these challenges. How do we break through it? The big thing for me is I'm tired of paying. I don't know about you. So what do I got to do to find my ancestors so I can just stop investing my money? And so that was one of the passions that I have in this year. And so the more I can share with you guys, the more I enhance how you process your information that you're sharing with others. The more complete it is, the better we will break through these brick walls. So
Excuse me, Delbert.
Yes.
Could you ask everybody to mute their mics because I keep hearing background noise?
Okay, yeah, I was going in and muting some people. I think I got to most. Okay, but yes. Okay, so about me. So sometimes you look on Facebook, I'm Miss Debbie Cakes. I got Miss Debbie Cakes from my grandmother used to say, I'm gonna keep it 100 and then I'm gonna clean it up. She used to always tell me when I was a kid, if I can't be the cake, damn the crumbs. And if that was so profound as I got older in my life, in my relationship, so I literally wrote a book called If I Can't Be the Cake, I Won't Be the Crumb. And so it's all these gems that we get from our elders, our ancestors, mainly our elders. And I'm a grandma girl. I'm just a grandma girl. So that's where Miss Debbie Case came from, if you ever see it on my Facebook page. Now, who am I? Born and raised in Rochester, New York. Lord help me. I was born here. I'm still here. My family migrated from Macon County, Alabama to Rochester, New York. Macon County, Alabama, if you don't know, is where Tuskegee Institute is. And if you drive on that one highway, if you drive for 5 minutes, you will be through Union Springs and then you'll be leaving the county. They're so small, they're rural counties. And so my grandmother was born in Union Springs, or Inverness, in Indian Creek area. But that's in Union Springs, Alabama, which is butt up against Bullitt County, Macon County, Alabama, Montgomery County, Alabama, Pike County, Alabama. And so just a preference that Bullitt County, Alabama was not created until emancipation. So that means if I was looking for slave records, I had to figure out which of these neighboring 5 counties were my records. And so that's one reason why it was so important for me to learn intimately these neighboring counties. So after watching Roots, I vowed I would find my ancestors. We all were inspired, those of us that are over 40. We all were inspired by Roots, but the direction we took with it, that depends on what you started gleaning from your research. So I started the journey to learn about my family in 1985, 89, 35 plus years ago. I started before computers, was in a household, or was a household item, and I taught myself the internet doing genealogy. I go on there and I'm looking for Henry Anderson, and all I got was Hans Christian. And so I said, that's not going to work. Apparently, I got to figure out how to find my family. And my great grandmother was born in, my maternal great grandmother was born in Maryland in 1819. So the correction, my maternal grandmother's grandfather, so my third great grandfather, was born in Maryland in 1819. And I was like, why or how did you get to Alabama? So when I watched 12 Years a Slave, I had to walk away from the beginning of that movie because I said, wait a minute, were you stolen? Were you taken away from your home? How did you get to Alabama? So it was profound for me. So nonetheless, about me being, I am also, my daughter has coined me the devil's advocate of genealogy. And what does that mean? And I was like, devil's advocate. I don't want to be associated with nothing of the devil. But what's a devil advocate? So, in searching in genealogy, the term devil's advocate can refer to someone who questions or challenges conventional assumptions, interpretations, or methods within the field. A good way to express this role in the genealogical context is critical analyst. The term implies someone who scrutinizes and critically evaluates genealogical claims and evidence. A skeptical researcher. This highlights a person who questions accepted genealogical conclusions and seek to uncover potential errors or biases. Contrarian genealogist. This suggests someone who deliberately takes an opposite viewpoint to test the robustness of genealogical theories or findings. This term conveys the role of challenging and testing genealogical assumptions to assure accuracy and reliability. My daughter called me that, and when I went to ChatGPT, I said, well, my doggone, that's me. Because to know me, you'll learn me. I work every day challenging development, challenging my development team, my managers, how they're thinking, because my job is to think like the customer. So you present an application to me, but what would a customer look for out of it? What would they want to do with it? So everything in my life I approach in that way. And I tell everybody, blame it on my job. I get to do this 8 hours a day, questioning you and challenging you. And I do the same approach with genealogy. So I'm the genealogy, what am I? Devil's advocate. Types of people in the genealogy community. Basic level users. Just want to know their genetic makeup. Medium level users. Build family trees and want to find relatives and understand their relationship to others. Advanced level users. Genealogy researchers. And then, especially when we get to this last level, we don't care how we got here. We just want to know the truth.
Exactly.
And that's just really our position. But what's the difference between, all of these three levels? And sometimes, especially as people are just starting to do genealogy in the last 5 years, you don't know what you don't know. You're just winging it, right? We out here winging it. So what is family history? Because we use these terms so interchangeably. Family history can refer to a record of family relationships and medical histories, or a record of one's ancestors. Something simple. You're just trying to find information about your family. Then what is genealogy? An account of the descent of a person, family, or group from an ancestor or from older forms. The regular descent of a person, family, or group of organisms from a progenitor. Something like that. Or older form of pedigree. And then what's a genealogist? So, you know, we're hearing these phrases being thrown out there when we go to these different genealogy groups. So I was like, okay, what's the difference? Because I know I'm a professional. A genealogist, a person who traces or studies lines of descent, family descent. Now, the steps we need to take in this process. So I created this chart because I wanted us to understand when researching your family history, there's levels, right? And every level has tasks that should be completed. Because what those tasks are going to do is going to build your foundation. So you're going to have, if you don't go through these different tasks in these steps, you're going to have gaps when you're looking to try to cross-reference information. And I'm going to go over these integrated steps throughout into this presentation. But as I thought about it, I was like, we understand there's levels, right? But what's in the level? At the level we're at, what should we be doing would be the question. Okay. So at the beginner level, let's look at our little beginners. You're going to build your family tree. And we're going to talk about do's and don'ts with your family tree. So add and create your family tree, a do. So this was an older form. I think it came out of Family Tree Maker, you know, one of those computer-based applications where I'm creating my pedigree chart. So this was a pedigree chart that when my grandmother was alive, I asked her about every one of her grandparents, every one of her parents, the names she could gather. I got the oral account from my grandmother, from my ancestor. And what was amazing about that, so after she told me everything she had to tell me, I sought out to prove her oral account because there was no computers, there was no online, there were no databases. How do I prove what you're telling me is actually factual? But this was my pedigree chart. This was all of my grandparents, and this was done up until 10 years ago. So I've had this for a long time, just sitting here waiting for me to figure out where's their parents. So wherever you see a gap, I had no clue where were their parents. And I know many of you experiencing that, right? So what do is do your pedigree chart to the best you can. Don't create, I'm gonna tell you right now, don't create two separate trees. Mama tree, grandpapa tree, father tree, this ancestors tree, because one, ancestry is gonna give you hints for every one of these trees when they're all correlated together. They're all the same tree. And by having it in one tree, you're able to cohesively and concisely display the information that you need so that if I look at your tree, I can see where a gap exists. I can see, but if you don't create a full tree to the best of your ability, I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. And I'm not by myself, I'm sure. So, don't. Yeah, don't do this. I don't know what to do with that. Because I can potentially see. So my surnames are Anderson and Wiggum, many others. I can see Anderson in your maternal line, but is that really where I'm related to you? We can't just assume a name is where our connection lies. So if you give me nothing, I can't do anything with that. This was showing how there's no birthday. It is what it is sometimes. I do understand that. But we want to make sure that we're going to do as cohesive as we can with our tree. My suggestion is truly have one tree. Some people don't realize, and this was something I came to learn this year, paying attention now to how they present to us our matches, right? Our paternal matches, our maternal matches. In every application, your paternal matches will be at the top of the pedigree line. Your maternal matches are going to be at the bottom. In every application, whether you go to My Heritage, 23andMe, and that was something I need to make sure I was understanding. Where's paternal? Where's maternal? Okay, paternal's at the top, maternal's at the bottom. When we're trying to determine our generational connections, right? I had to ask somebody. I went in a Facebook group. Where do I start? You start with yourself. I thought I started with my parents and then went forward. We're going to start with ourselves. We're generation one. So then if we're saying 4 generations deep, 5 generations, at the end of the day, you're starting with yourself. And so this is just a visual that's helping us to understand how, as we look at the pedigree chart, how we are counting the generations. In Ancestry, as you can see, at generation 2 is so close to generation 3. And in other applications, you'll see that when I talk about Gedmatch, you got to discern how it lines up. Because later when we start talking about Gedmatch and we want to know where's the most common recent ancestor, and they're saying, oh, you need to look at 6 generations. You got to understand where to count them so that you can understand the column where your connection could lie. So this is just a conversation to help us to make sure we're clear on where do we look for the ancestor that could we could match with someone else. Another thing, so as people are coming in, we're going to please put any questions in the chat and I will address them at the end of the presentation if I haven't covered it. But you can put them in there to see if I'm going to cover it. That would be cute. My paternal line, same thing. So this is just showing the so first it was the generation, and then I think this was about the cousins. First cousin, second cousin, third cousin, fourth cousin. So it appears you're going to skip yourself when it comes to the cousins, and you start at the parent level and start counting for the cousins. So that's just the difference between the generations and our cousin connections. Okay. So you're going to take a DNA test. Finally, you've gotten bitten the bug. You're taking that little DNA test at a beginner's level. And this is just that visual that's showing all the different testing authorities, testing sites. There's more, or some rather. There are more. And then as we take our DNA, we don't understand the information that gets presented to us. We just hear cousins and generations. But then eventually we start hearing, oh, you're matching so many centimorgans at so many chromosomes. What does this mean? I was like, I'm not there. I'm just looking for matches. The DNA, I'm not there. That's okay. Because we all have to start somewhere. And again, build your foundation so that when you go to your next level, you don't have to go backwards. This is just that conversation about the distribution of DNA and how it splits from your parents. So one misconceived notion that I had as we're talking about those centimorgans, right, and those segments and how many chromosomes we had, because I started looking at the chromosomes and trying to understand them. There's no one out here just trying to help break this down simply. I am not a geneticist. I needed to make sure I remember to say that. I have someone that's going to challenge what you present to me, and I have a really good skill set to do that. But I need to make sure that what I present to you is accurate. So I have to make sure I do the best that I can. But when I literally am reaching out to people and I'm saying, and I'm asking questions, well, how low are you going? Well, how low are you going? I know how low I'm going. That's not the question I'm asking you. I'm going low for a reason. But apparently you're trying to make me going low to be, I don't know, to put a scarlet letter on my head. She's going where she shouldn't be going. I tell people a lot of times, Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue and he was told not to go to the end of the ocean, but he went. So at some point in time, some people are going to challenge what you present to them. So anyway, we know that we're getting chromosomes from our parents. I didn't understand what that meant. I just know I got some. That's what people told me. But we are getting the same number of chromosomes. That's one thing I didn't realize. I was thinking when it finally displays to me, I see my maternal numbers are low, my paternal numbers are high. No, that's not the case. So you really have to use an application to show you. And that's one reason why I'm doing this presentation tonight. So things to know about those chromosomes that they're talking to you in those segments on a simple scale. They're going to tell us what chromosome we're matching a person on. We know there's 22, paternal, there's 23 at X chromosome. I'm not totally clear because I'm not at X chromosome testing yet. When I get there, I'll do a presentation on that. But We know we have 22, 23 chromosomes. And so we're going to see how we match someone on these chromosomes. And then they're going to present to us segments, start and end. And when you start playing around with chromosomes and segments, it's understanding that start and that end and how we match is where you're going to be like, okay, I'm related to you here. What does it mean? Some people are saying certain chromosomes mean certain things. Eye color, hair, I don't care. When I figure that out, I'll do a presentation on that. We're going to take these one thing at a time. We can't get information overload, right? But because we are hearing about chromosomes and hearing about segments, it's good to have a good understanding of them, if for nothing else. SNPs, thresholds, bunches, density. Today, I don't care. That's not my focus. So my focus is what you see in this red box. What chromosome do I match you on? What's our start? What's our end? And how many centimorgans? That's more than enough for us to have some meat on the bone to figure out our relationships. So, okay. Our easy matches. Easy. First cousins, second cousins. You know, some of us can do third cousins because family is right there. We know the great great auntie and we know her kids. So we're going to start with what we know. Long story short, that's easy. Understanding our familial relationships. In understanding our relationships, we're going to pay attention to how it presents the information. Daughter, brother, first cousins, you know the gist. We've been doing this for a little bit enough to understand when now that as a easy person that's researching ancestry, not all do, but they're going to tell us how many people we match. And when I did this presentation, it said 5,857 people. Okay, that's a lot of people that have taken this test that are related to me. What it means, where they are, you know, that's the work that we're doing and that we're trying to figure out. So we start with our easy matches. My paternal side is 2,000. There's 7,000 people that I need to try to figure out how I'm related to them. And I got to do it one person at a time. But then when you get where I'm at the end of this presentation, you can be doing a bunch of them, I promise you. Okay. Now, intermediate level. We're going to research our DNA matches and what are the best practice for understanding those matches. In ancestry, one of the things I do before I do anything, I'm going to go to this advanced search function. I'm going to hit search because there's some things I want to do to filter the noise from 5,000 to bring it down to a list of fewer lists. So once you hit search, you're going to get all these different options that you can utilize. I didn't play around with 1 through 4 at all, pretty much. This year, I started paying attention to it. But what I did do was let me do this advanced search. And now you can use in under 5 is where, if I'm looking specifically for Cindy.
Mute your audio. Okay. I didn't know that. I don't know that it's on. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. It's on, Miss Patricia. Let me see if I can find you and help you.
Right.
I muted Miss Patricia. I got you. I'm checking everybody else for now. Okay, it's done. So we're going to look. So what we want to try to do is bring the noise from 5,000 down to 100 or even fewer, and try to find our strongest matches. Number 5, if I type Ferguson, that's going to let me potentially see if I match Patricia in Ancestry, anyone with the last name of Ferguson. Surname in the matches is where I heavily use 6 and 7. So that when I want to look for anyone that's a Thompson, that's my paternal side. And turn to find out this year, I found out he's Jamaican. I'm Jamaican, people. I'm Jamaican. So I'm going to do basically this is a filter search of the combination of the two. If you're doing focus concentration Mississippi, focus conversation Arkansas, you can basically just type the name, do Arkansas. Don't type the name in 6, just do Arkansas. It's a great way to filter those matches and to see what is returned. Unviewed, and I'll do a demo real quick on that when I'm done in this section. Unviewed, common ancestors. Common ancestors is cool. you have a common ancestor in your tree, and that person does, this is going to let us see who's sharing these names that I have in my tree. It's a real good way to just quickly get to the people who have a tree and that have a person in your tree, so you can see what does their tree look like and compare. I've seen many people use notes. So I think many people understand how to do that. But if I want to say Patricia, I don't know, I'm still looking under her particular profile, you can put a note. You can even share a website. One thing that I do, I like to copy the person's, this is a tip. Look at a person's tree, copy that URL, and paste that URL to that person's name. Because when you're not matched to that person, but you're able to see their tree, if you can just use the tree link, you'll get there. But if you go to their profile, you don't have a way to see their tree because you're not DNA related to them or whatever's going on. So a workaround is copying that link of the tree when you're able to see it. For example, let's say, you know how you're, I'm looking at Henry Anderson, and then I go to a ancestry search. In ancestry search, I filter it, just show me trees. And now I just want to see everyone that's looking for Henry Anderson in their tree. Then from there, it's interesting. It lets me see their tree. But if I look at their profile, I can't. So these are the different ways your ancestry don't know. I don't know if it's a bug. I don't care because I want to see the tree anyway. Okay, so these are just some, and then trees, of course, are the people who have trees versus the people who don't. Great ways to just whittle out the noise so that, we're spending enough time on this stuff and letting it drive us crazy. And then this is the way that you're able to filter your research based on your matches, and you can now start saying who's close to me, what are the centimorgan ranges, or what's their distance from me, and they're going to be using the centimorgan. So this is forcing us to pay attention to what are the centimorgans, what does it mean. I'm going to cover that as well, so that we have some clarity about what numbers are making sense to use. And here it is. So connecting with your medium matches. So I'll show you where I got this chart when I get to DNA Painter. But what this chart is showing you, generally they're telling you to search 20 chromosomes and up. What does that mean? Is that going to be my third cousin? No, 20 chromosomes and up, if you see this chart, could be a third cousin twice removed. It can be as far as an eighth cousin as well. Because DNA is random, 20 centimorgans is going to hit you high and it's going to hit you low. So maybe that's why sometimes they're saying you don't have to go that low to get to an 8 centimorgan relationship, which could be somewhere near your 5th to 8th, that 5th to 8th cousin that we're looking at. So you can do 20 chromosomes to potentially see them. But because DNA is random, the match I want to see may not have enough centimorgans, and so I don't get to see them. Now, if we look at 11 to 66 centimorgans, what I've highlighted in red are just the sections that are different between 20 and up. What's different? I might as well go down to 11. I get a few more cousins. I get a few more markers. So let me go to 11 because this chart is showing us that from the one column to the right, the range of cousins is still very close. It's not that drastic or dramatic. Why not let me go to 11? This is what I saw, at least in this presentation and what I was building for you guys. It's that thought process about why stay at 20 versus go to 11. I get a couple more at 11, which is close to 20. Do 11. Okay. At 11 chromosomes, you're now definitely over here with the 5 generations, 4 generations. And then because we're talking about the chromosomes, you can definitely be, and because they're randomly distributed, right? They're not evenly distributed amongst our siblings, and we have to, the more people you have, of course, that are in your family, the more you can try to get a cohesive connection by looking with other people. But if you don't have it, as long as you have your close people, then that's good. So so let me ask this, because I don't want to waste people's time. If you would like for me to demo those advanced features, come offline and say, please do or whatever. Because if you don't, I won't. 1, 2, 3, gone. Great. So you guys understand all of that. Great. Hard matches. That's why we're here. I have less than 20, but eventually you'll see where I research. Hard matches. When they're telling you they're on both sides of your family. When they're telling you they don't know who this is on mama's side or father's side. We don't know how to present this person to you. The reasons for harder matches: endogamy, slavery. You could be doubly related, both sides, related more than once on the same line. You don't know the parent, adopted, and them doggone family secrets. These are the reasons why we're having to dig deeper and try to triangulate as many people as we can, because there's so many different challenges with these harder types of matches. So 5 types of focus concentration. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because how I'm searching may not be how you're searching. As I'm having conversations, I'm needing to pay attention to that. So local, one county or neighboring counties. And I'm now starting to understand. I was speaking with someone and she was like, I'm in Calvert County and all I'm trying to do is figure out why I'm related to everybody in Calvert County. You hear people saying, I'm related to everybody in Edgefield, South Carolina. And they really are trying to figure out those solid relationships in that one county. So me trying to get you to think about Alabama, you're mentally not there. You haven't even focused on that. So we have to understand what people's focus of concentration is. If you're just local for whatever those complex reasons I shared earlier, we can understand it, but let me not bug you too often. Basically, it's a gist. Then statewide. So now I'm in Calvert County, but then I realized that in other counties in this state, my family has been moved within the state, migrated within the state. So now you're into one state. That happened for me with Alabama. Apparently, I left off on my presentation, but that B was supposed to be a different county. But I focused initially on Bullock, Barber, Pike, and Macon. Then as I started delving into my slave connections and the census, I'm realizing, wait a minute, there's Chambers, and there's Autauga, Alabama. There's all these other counties, Elmore, Lee, all these other counties where my families are in Alabama. So now I'm doing a statewide. So I've crossed it a little bit. So my cousin Emily, she was going to a lot more of these training sessions than me. So she said, someone said you guys need to get out of Alabama and look at Louisiana. And I said to her, that would be great if we knew what we're looking for. We can't just jump out of one state and go to another unless there is something that's taking me there. There has to be a relative. There has to be a reason I now can go to another state. So now we're going regional. Regional is going to be, I'm just searching the southern states. Regional, Alabama to Texas, to Mississippi, to Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. We're looking regionally now. Our research now is taking us out of the state, cross states. And it especially does that when you're starting to look at slavery, right? So once you're starting to look at slavery, a whole nother hodgepodge of trying to figure out how these people are related to, the data is telling you you need to cross these other states. National, not just Southern. I think national comes into play where now all of a sudden, all you beautiful people on here are my cousins. And I now need to think about California, and I got to think about Florida, and I got to think about Utah, and wherever all these people that Arizona is like, how did these people get over there? It's understanding your story. It's important to know your story. We have to share these migration stories because you're missing why your family ended up in Mississippi. And I have a lot of family members that's in Mississippi and they are learning Mississippi. But I'm like, but you know what? You are missing me because you went to Mississippi from somewhere. And many times that was Alabama. International. oh boy, we started looking, and now I said I'm Jamaican. I got cousins in Canada, second cousins. I got cousins in England, all over the place, the UK. I wasn't really trying to get to Africa. I was just trying to find my family because I knew Africa would be difficult. I didn't know I needed to be looking at Barbados. Might be spelled wrong. I didn't know I needed to look at England, Jamaica. I'm international. I had to pay for an international subscription, y'all. I did not want to do it. That's why I got to find y'all before December so I can cut this madness out. I am not giving Ancestry $600. And don't want to give them this shy of $300 they get it. So it should not cost us to find our family. And that's why I'm doing these sessions. So the reasons you need to go low, go less than that 8-cent mortgage that Ancestry presents to you unless you pay more. It's because in order for me to understand these 5th to 8th cousins that I'm seeing, I got to go lower. Because now I'm looking at people that are so distantly related to me, I don't have a clue how. And they don't have good trees because they don't know either. So now I got to start looking at the data. The DNA. Now, the challenges you find understanding low centimorgans. I'm going to do my due diligence job. Why they don't want us to go low. So one particular reason why I say we have to, families who have pedigree lines where the children have the same parents, and this occurs one generation to the next. That basically means parents got together, had children. Their children got with a spouse, and they had all the children, and there's no half siblings, there's no other parent. The DNA did not get split, and then they had children, and then those kids got with someone. Oh my gosh, that's a perfect story. No half siblings don't exist in that line. That's a beautiful story. It's not my story, but it's easy to trace when that occurred, right? Endogamy. Families who have lived in the same area for hundreds of years. That's when I say I'm related to everybody in Maryland, or Calvin. I'm related to everybody at Edgefield. I'm related to everybody. I will say Bullitt County, because if you never left Bullitt County, Alabama, today, somebody's a cousin. And that's the reality of things. But we don't think like that because that's not what we were told. That's not what was said to us. So we just living our little everyday life, thinking it's all good. And then you have endogamy, people who purposely married other relatives on purpose. You my cousin, but you cute. Let's hook up. So we understand those structures. These may not be our story, but I do understand the challenges. And then multiracial. The children have different ethnicities across many generations, and then there was slavery. Parents have children by one or more different enslavers, and then sometimes that enslaver's son or cousin and uncle came and had kids with her, or then came and had kids with her children. So basically, you went and created endogamy because you had children with a relative, but there was a slave, and you didn't see them as that. But that's where we are. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. At the end of the day, that DNA is there. And so this is why we have to go low, because we're trying to just figure out who we are. And we didn't realize all of this occurred till we started looking at the DNA and we started seeing multi-races popping up. I saw a cousin from England. I said, this lady looked just like me if I was a little older and a little lighter. I was like, from England? How am I kin to you? So I messaged her and she told me her story. Her mother was born in England, but she had relations with a Jamaican and she was born. And then he had relations with another England person, and then she got a brother. And then he had relations with somebody else. And so at the end of the day, we're still family. We're still kin. Okay. When I was thinking about I'll be honest, I was trying to figure out, is there this perfect, pure race? The ones that had no half parents, no half siblings, is there this pure race? So I'm searching for pure pedigree lines, right? And this is what came back to me from ChatGPT. For humans, the concept of being pure breed does not apply, as it does in animal breeding. Human genetic diversity is inherently vast and complex, and there is no scientific or ethical basis for categorizing people as purebred. All humans have mixed ancestry to varying degrees, and the idea of a pure lineage is not relevant in human genetics. The focus in human genetics is typically on understanding the rich diversity and individual variation within populations rather than attempting to classify people into rigid categories. And that says, okay, well, then there it is. We all have a collection of different ethnicities somewhere in our line. You may have a whole lot, but then you got that little bit that you didn't know where it came from. So at the end of the day, that's what we're trying to figure out. Where did that little bit come from? This is the conversation about accepting less than 7 centimorgans that I had to go to ChatGPT and figure out. So this is what they're saying. Smaller matches, especially those below 7 centimorgans, are often considered to be less significant because they may present distant or weak relationships. It's important to recognize that such matches could be due to random chance or result of genealogical noise. So that's where we hear that noise, right? So they're using the scientific terminology over and over. We're hearing them saying it's noise. However, I heard them say, remember, I'm the devil's advocate, they may represent distant or weak relationships. You recognize that there was just a drop, just a little bit. So you have to use multiple tools and resources. Use tools provided by DNA testing companies and third-party services like Gedmatch and DNA Painter and others to evaluate these small matches. As far as I'm concerned, the rest is that right there. If you choose to include, you might, under 7 centimorgans, you might want to set additional criteria, such as requiring a certain number of matches at the small size, collaborating and corroborating evidence from other sources, cross-reference with known relatives. We get that. I don't consider the probability of random matches because I'm that advocate, so I'm going down to 6. Evaluate the genealogical value. What's the value to me? You'll see as I continue. Document and organize. Maintain a record of your matches, including those less than 7, and track any patterns. And then if you just don't want to do that, because sometimes it can just be overwhelming, you can hire a consultant, a professional, to analyze what they see for you. Okay. What does 1 centimorgan look like? It looks like this. Don't this look close to that 20 plus centimorgan? DNA is random, people. It's random. I did a check one time in Gedmatch, and we'll talk about that. I was looking at 7 centimorgans. I only saw like 10 people. I took it to 5. I got a little bit more meat. I saw about 20, 30 people or more people. If you know me, I'm taking it to 1. But what was interesting, when I analyzed one cousin, he didn't move. His relationship to me did not move. He was consistently the same from over 7 to 1. And I'm going to tell you right now, this is a precursor to the rest of the conversation. When you start moving it, oh, baby, that means there's other relationships you need to start looking at. That's what this is telling me. You'll see what I'm talking about in a minute. So now we going this, them hard matches. You see where my tree went, right? It blew open the door. So remember, 5 generations stopped on that one column. I'm now looking at 6, 7, 8, 9 generations. And I'm doing that because I'm using the methods you will see me talk about. I don't just randomly add people to my tree. That I'm not going to do. But there is a methodology you want to use to consider them as stronger matches, strong probable matches, based on actual matches that you can see that are above the threshold than 7, or even 7, or even 5. But basically, when you're starting to look at them hard matches, you're way over here. If you haven't built your tree for me, please don't go over here. And that's the conversation, because you got to have a foundation, remember? Now, before you go sign up, and you can go ahead and sign up, before you start understanding Gedmatch and DNA Painter, there's some things you need to do to get ready. First, build the tree of the enslavers. Now, we know 1870 they became free. I'm going to tell you the secret to that. If they are free with the last name Thompson, I'm looking for everybody named Thompson in that county. 1860, 1850, 1840, 1830, because predominantly they're related. They're cousins, uncles, brothers, sisters who married someone else, living around each other. You go build a tree for that family, and you add everybody to that tree. Their siblings, their relatives, because you don't know where you're going to go. You don't understand what it's going to mean, but it starts coming out later. When you all of a sudden start seeing you actually related to the name Wiggum, and you didn't know where they came from, but because you're building the trees as best you can, I can help you, you can help me. What I will tell you, if you go to my profile and you look at these trees, these are public trees. The only private tree I own is my personal tree. These are my research trees of my enslavers with records, links, wills, deeds, whatever, because I need to get ready when the time comes that I now need to take this further back. But I can't have an intelligent conversation, and I can't tell you quickly, you're a Wiggum. Go and search ancestry. I do that now. It tickles me, because I'll tell you quick. Search ancestry, you a Wiggum. You're going to be more than that, because I still am continuing to research, right? But I know hands down the way the DNA is saying to me, we'll see that in a minute. I know how you're related, because the DNA is telling me. But you build that tree, and I'll talk about Bobby in a minute. I use this gentleman named Bobby Arrington. Bobby, Kathy's on the call. Everybody on the call, I'm thinking about you when I'm researching, when I'm analyzing. I'm thinking about your last names. You created trees. I printed those trees out, whether it was Gedmatch, whether it was Ancestry. I see every surname you have in your tree, when they were born and when they died, because I need to know what locations I need to look at for records. So when we're talking about substantiating these low centimorgans, we need the records, not just the data. So what's funny is you hear, well, you got to have more than DNA. So now they push you to do the work. So if you don't go building these trees, you don't have a clue about that name that you're working with. Who was the family? Where did the children migrate? Because you start seeing the children migrate, and they're all of a sudden going into a county and a state that you didn't know you needed to open up to. So that's the purpose for building the enslaver's tree. Then, this is my new record I just created yesterday. I have so many versions of the way I document, but this is everyone in my pedigree, in my Gedmatch project. If you're on this call, you are in the Gedmatch project, Alabama, with the long list of counties in Gedmatch. But what I'm doing is I'm saying, this is the member that's in the project. Here's their kit number. And based on the Merca, this is where Gedmatch says to look for my ancestor matched to them. Then I got to go one step further. What's the last name in that tree that I think I'm kin to them on? So that's just the first step, right? Because I'm going to show you how all of a sudden the floodgates start opening with the names, and you have more than one match than you thought. But you got to get an understanding of the people you're related to. And what I love about Gedmatch, that marker is the money, because it's telling me to go look at your fourth ancestor. That's your relative, common to them. And I'm like, what? How? And it's forcing you to look at a concentrated research. So I create this. So, okay. So next, reason people subscribe to services and become genealogy researchers. I've already said all of these, and I've been talking about all of these. I will tell you my particular precursor. So my whole life, I've been researching my father's side in South Carolina, my mama's side. I finally pay attention to DNA. Somebody said to me this year, you know what? You have a lot of relatives in Jamaica. And I said, okay, well, my father's family said, they hailed from the West Indies. Let me pay attention to my daddy's side. I did that in January. Finally looked at a guy, said, uncles, will you take a test? Because I'm trying to find our Jamaican cousins. They took a test. Paul was not Paul. Flabbergasted. Had to have some ice cream multiple times. What in the ham sandwich? 58 years old, and I now got to start over. I felt like I had a hole, an undefined hole. So I went to that cousin in England. I said, baby, let me start with your tree. I started with her tree. I looked at all the other cousins that was from Jamaica. I did that concentrated search for Jamaica. And I started top down. And I started reaching out. And I started calling. And I started adding them to a tree. And then all of a sudden, I think I found who he is. They still won't tell me. But that's all I can do today is wait. But that's all we can do but you got to do the work. You got to do the work at the end of the day. That tree is important. So what's a genealogy researcher? Long story short, a professional genealogist is a person who studies family. We get that. Lineage and history. They use historical records, genetic tests, witness accounts to gather information and compile the story. Genealogists may also conduct research for others, such as helping with tracing ancestry. I'm a genealogy researcher. But I kind of knew that, especially when we're sharing and when we're looking at others now. We're going outside of ourselves. What's a professional? Long story short, they're getting paid. I ain't there yet. Kathy getting paid. Cousin Kathy, I applaud you. But she's like, I'm not getting paid. She has written amazing books.
I don't get them books, girl.
I know it's peanuts, but at the end of the day, you did it, girl. We did it. You did it. If you're related to Kathy Lynn Marshall, what I did is I bought every book that she said the Gedmatch said I was a cousin. I got that book. I went to a concert yesterday and I'm reading because in between them boring times, I got things I need to do. I got to multitask because she's telling us, even though it's in a storytelling fashion, those facts is in there. And I need to learn that enslaver. And she already done did that work. But me and her now need to have a technical conversation, Kathy, and I'm going to move on. So at the advanced level, researching using other tools than Ancestry, here we go, Gedmatch. I love Gedmatch because, as I said, it's giving us the chromosomes, it's giving us the segments, but it's telling us the ancestor. Those three alone are powerful when you're ready for them. And you can put your tree in here. Please download your tree and upload it with you as the first person, especially in Ancestry. Before you download the tree, you go in Ancestry and you say, I am the primary person in this tree. And then download it so that when you upload it to Gedmatch, it points to you first, then your parents, and then the pedigree line. If you don't make you the first person, we don't know what we're looking at. And sometimes it doesn't even display it correctly. So, but this is basically Gedmatch. Every one of you have a kid in Gedmatch. I do know sometimes it feels overwhelming. And so that's one reason why I try to hit you with the heavy hitters. One-to-one autosomal is phenomenal because we already know, I don't think I'm going to show it. We already know it shows you not just the chromosomes, but the segments. The challenge with autosomal is you can only go down to 3 centimorgans, which is cool. It's not my 1 level, but 3 is good. 3 is better than others. But most of the other tools in Gedmatch halt you at 7. So like I said, if I'm only looking at 5 cousins because you stopped me at 7, I already know them 5 cousins. So I need to really know more family. But I have found some cousins that were at 7 centimorgans and I did not know who they were, and it opened the floodgate for another line. I'm not saying that going to 7 won't work. But before I ever went to 1, I promise you, I didn't know what I was doing. I started with the default. Work that default till you worked it to death, and then now you're ready to lower it a little bit to see what it do. Go to 5. And after you work 5 centimorgans, go to 3. but you're going to be halted in Gedmatch with
Saturday.
levels under
Well,
free
I
tools.
purchased it, yes, it's on Friday night, right? This is a family. And these are my mother's family members.
Okay. So next, we're looking at the Ancestor Project, which is what I'm speaking about. You guys are all in. Projects are free. They're cohesive collections of people who have other members with kids, and now we can triangulate a group of people, and we can research their kids collectively to see if I'm related to you or not. What is amazing, I have about 5 kids in this project I literally am not kin to. My brother is not kin to, and I am not kin to. I'm good. And it doesn't even present that person to you. So that's what, and even at 1 Center Morgan, I am not kin to you. I'm good with that. I am not related to everybody in the world. So, you know, it's just a conversation about, I love being in a project. There are massive projects out here, 2,000 people. It can take about 3 minutes for that page to load. I have seen sometimes in a project that's large, it may crash and it may not let you go lower because that's too much cursory going on with trying to find those people. So definitely start with the Alabama group if you're in there, or if you're in another group and it has fewer people, start hard with the way I'm going to show you how to use these tools today, because you're going to advance this. And I promise you, by the end of September, I'm going to need some kudos going on, because you're going to have so amazing breakthroughs, you ain't going to know what to do with them. Okay, here we go. Segment search. Segment search, what it does when you're done, eventually, this is what a project looks like. This is what segment searches look like. So this is a page you're going to get with a segment search in Gedmatch. That is a paid tool. You do have to pay to do segment search. However, if you're in my project, you ain't got to pay nothing, because you in my project, baby. So the main things I'm pointing out here are the money makers in Gedmatch, especially in the project. We know the people's kits. If they have a tree icon, they have a tree. They've downloaded their tree from Ancestry or 23andMe. They've uploaded, or wherever. They've uploaded it to Gedmatch. And now we can get a window of their pedigree line. And we can see if we're related to them. But all these eyes on here that have nothing, I just have to ignore you for a little while, because I don't know how I'm related to you. Now, the top people are my brother and my daughter. And I'm updating my tree, but I do try to make sure all of my cousins and all of my kids are pointed to properly in my GEDCOM file, which is a tree. It's the same thing. Technical term is a GEDCOM file. The chromosome is number 3. This is going to tell you what chromosome you're matching at what segment, beginning and end. And then 5 shouldn't even, oh, yes, the chromosome is 5. I skipped SNPs and overlap. Remember, I told you that. I'm not technical there with that. But Merca, where do you look for the ancestor that you're related to? So when you look at this person and you go across the row and you look under Merca, this is telling you this is the generation or the ancestor that relates you to this person. And then you go in your tree and you go in their tree and you start looking for that money. Okay, let me see how I'm kin to you. And now because we're talking about these harder matches, medium matches, if they're in Gedmatch, it's still going to tell you where to look. When you do a segment search in Gedmatch, you start seeing this color coding on the right. You can do a segment search in a project. So if you want to go to the project and do a segment search, you can do a segment search starting with beginning, or you can do a segment search that starts with the end. Why you would do the end, I don't know. But hey, you might want to line up everybody right that's over here versus everybody that started here. But for me, when I started looking at, I do like the groupings. I'll go to the next one, because the color codes are showing you groups. Everyone in group red are related. Everyone in orange is related. The little yellow there on the right, it's looking a little cross between something, but it's alone. I got to leave them alone. The greens are related. These are concentrated relationships that you can analyze. And then if they've given you a tree, it's the same thing. You can start looking at it. But what happened for me was Gedmatch segment search doesn't group them by the person. It's grouping them by the chromosome and the segments. So that means if I'm related to you, let's say 20 chromosomes, it's starting with 1, then going to 2, then going to 3. And I was like, that's too confusing to me. I want to see you, the person, and maybe I want to see how you're related. So this is helpful and this is good, but I was like, I need something different. But I will tell you what it don't do. It don't tell you if this is a paternal match or a maternal match. It don't do that. And I was like, I can't do nothing with this. I need to figure out who's my dad, who's my father match, who's my mother match. Because as I'm analyzing people, I'm like, wait a minute, you're supposed to be on my mama's side. Why are you with my daddy people? And I didn't understand what it was trying to say. Is it saying you're related on both? So I needed something to help me do a little bit more deeper diving. So challenges, not viewing enough chromosomes. You won't know how people are related to you because the matches you see are your closest. Those 7 centimorgans. Going to be your closest people, right? But I said I'm looking for ancestors. I'm trying to go to 1600s, 1800s, 1700s. I'm trying to go in the past. So if I continue to use only high matches, I'm only going to get probably up to 1900, maybe some 1850, maybe. You saw my tree. I'm past that. I've done the work. I can't get no further. I need to bust through those 5th generations now. So I have to go lower. You think a person is related to you by one pedigree line, but these results is telling you maybe it's another. So when you're in a project, a group like this, and you start seeing other people, that's telling you this is your cousin, that you didn't realize you were related. And then it's going to tell you how this is your cousin. And now it's forcing you to take a step back, scratch your head. Okay, let me look at this. Because the data don't lie. It verifies. So these groupings of colors is helping us to understand that we are related. We just got to figure out how and where. You are related to a person on both maternal and paternal. You're related to someone on more than one line, but through more than one ancestor. What about that? Is it possible on your mother's side or your grandmother's side, you could have one cousin who's related to you 3 or 4 times through different ancestors, not the same line, a different line in that tree. And I needed to understand, is this what this is telling me? How do I figure that part out? Okay, so if you feel you want a Gedmatch demo, come off mute and let me know. I know many people are good with Gedmatch. I could definitely do a deeper dive with Gedmatch, and I think I'm gonna do a separate video for that. Fine, y'all want to go to the meat? Here we go.
So yeah, just because you may do things differently than others, and we can always learn about different methods. So
Let me
Yeah.
do this. Can I hang that at the end?
sure.
Okay, I will definitely do that. Some people may be comfortable. I'll hang that at the end. This is the money. DNA Painter has become my best friend, and it's free, y'all. It's free. Woohoo for free. Now, with DNA Painter, it's doing the same thing as the segment colors, right? But it's presenting it in a way that's speaking volumes to me in the way I needed it to hear. With the free version, you can only make one map. But what I'm gonna tell you right now, you will need more than one map. You will. And I'll show you why in a minute. But start with one. Get comfortable. Get used to the tool. But it's only like $55 a year. I can do that. And I stopped my subscription so they don't get another one unless I want them to. So we got to be smart about these systems. But DNA Painter is going to do that same colorization in a different way. Okay. So this is how DNA Painter presents its dashboard to you when you begin building your painted view. Paternal again is at the top, maternal is at the bottom. This is the dashboard. This is the full dashboard view of DNA Painter. Number 1, what I like about is telling you how many segments of all the relatives that you've copied in here, what's your percentage to 100? Have you completely painted a full view of who you are to 100% of chromosomes and segments, right? So it's just letting you, as you add more people, you start building up how your full painted picture of yourself. Number 2, you can paint a new match. What that means is I add one person, I'm done. I want to add a second person. I just go to 2 to add that second person. If you have more than one map, 3, switch between your maps. It's quickly. You ain't got to go back to the dashboard. You don't have to choose it. You just switch. 4 are advanced features and functions that you can play around with. 5 is every chromosome. So all the numbers have a paternal and a maternal equal to it, because it's going to map the segments where you're telling it. There is one flaw that I'm figuring out how to get around it, but there is one flaw with DNA Painter I'll talk about in a minute. But this is you. This is your painted view. I like that view versus Gedmatch that just gives me that line of colored, right? I don't see all the chromosomes. I like this horizontal view, presentation of my chromosomes and segments. And then number 6, when you start adding people to it, this is where you're starting to see the list that you built. Okay, now my closest match looks like this. In DNA Painter, you assign a color to the person you add. These are my 2, 4, 6 top 6 cousins, top 6 relatives, painted by chromosome in the map. My daughter, my brother, my 2 cousins who have different fathers, my cousin, who's my mom's first cousin, my second cousin, and that's who they are. That's the 5. So these are my 5 closest relatives I got today. I can't get my mama, she refuses. I can't get her siblings, they refuse. I can't get her first cousins, they refuse. That's all I got. No one's going to make me feel guilty for what I can't do. I got to use what I got. But it's beautiful because now I'm able to say, okay, red is my cousin named Red. Orange is red. My brother Don is the, what is that color? The blue, it ain't blue, aqua. My brother Don is aqua. My daughter, who is KD, is purple. So now I see where my daughter and my brother are overlapping, and green is my other cousin, where he's popping in. So now I can see what this is looking like. 43% of my map has been mapped with just my brothers, just my top closest matches. Now, I will tell you how they want you to map this. Today, I can't do it, and you'll see why in a minute. They want you to say, Vincenzo, well, who was his parents? Who was his aunt, his mother? And then maybe I can say my aunt's name and his father. Okay, I could do that. Then I can add my cousin Red. I can say his mom's name and his dad. Okay, I could do that. But can I do that with any of you over here that see small chromosomes? I don't know I'm related to you. I have not one clue. So if I force your name to be Henry Anderson, and you could be a Rhodes or a Wiggum, I've just assigned you to a relative that is not enough of an assignment. Not going to say it's wrong. It's just not enough of an assignment, and you will see how. So what I encourage you to do, map your kits, your kit friends, your Gedmatch project relatives, map them. So you'll see what that looks like in a minute. This is my father's side. Now you see on the right, all of my Jamaican cousins that I found so far. I'm at 43% with 51 relatives, including my highest matches that I know. I don't think that's too bad. So basically, I put all of you in a map. This is my map with all of you that are in my project. Look at all them tiny slivers. A sliver here and a sliver there. And I'm at 82%. All them slivers in that Gedmatch project, which is about 200. At the time, it was 204 people. 83% of who I am has been defined. Nobody can tell me that's not amazing. Now, what do I do with it is the question. What does it mean? how do I get to the meat of this thing? Okay. So this is how I got it to make sense. So I'm looking at some of my highest cousins on my grandmother's line. So these are just 2 people on my grandmother's line. So this looks a little busy. So let me tell you the story so that you can understand who the people are. Top corner is my pedigree chart. So blocked in red is my grandmother's father and mother, Henry Anderson and Elizabeth Cope Anderson. And to the right is Elizabeth and her children. Now my great-granddaddy, my great-granddaddy, all the numbers on the right-hand side are all the wives he had and all the outside kids who had children. So he bought 7 marriage licenses, only married 6 times, had children by, oh gosh, I haven't counted that lately. 1, 2 children by 2 wives and 4 outside women, which means he wasn't married to them. They're still related, but he wasn't married. And that's what's in my documentary, where I chronicle and I showed you all the wives that he married and when he got married and why he got married, the story that I projected with that. So this is what I'm working with in my close match. So those 2 ladies that you saw are tied to me by Henry on the middle list in the upper right box. That's Henry's father and Henry's mother, James Anderson and Lucretia Wigham Anderson. She had a set of children by the enslaver and a set of children by my second great-grandfather. So I intimately understand this family line, right? So when my matches started presenting themselves, Sylvan is a second to third cousin, and Cheryl is a third cousin, half cousin. I ignore all these halves and stuff with ancestry because Sylvan would be a half. We don't share the same great-grandmother. So she literally would be a half. So I just ignore that, but we understand what we're looking at. So Sylvan's related to me on my maternal side. I understand how. Cheryl is related to me on my maternal side. Further back, I not understand how. They're my strong matches that I get. So now in DNA Painter, after you painted everyone, you choose someone. Let me take a look and see what your matches look like on the chromosomes. And now you're going to say, show me everybody related to this person. And what this is showing you, starting top down, I'm looking at Sylvan's list of matches. This is not one chromosome. This is just one chromosome. And this isn't the only matches in that chromosome. But basically, this is saying number 1, if I look at number 1, I know James Cason is a Wigham. Dennis Bird is a Bird. David Patterson is a Wigham. I think Jay Tyson is a Wigham. Levada, I know she a Wigham. That line is a Wigham. That's Kathy on the call. So as I looked at Kathy, I'm like, Levada is Kathy's family. James is a Wigham out of Georgia. So he's connected to me through the third great grandmother. Sylvan connects to me to the second great grandmother. Okay, everybody in one is somehow a Wigham. Let me ask them to look for Wighams in their ancestry list. Let me see if they find any. Okay, let me go to the second group because there's another second group. There's a second group now. There's Sylvan with C.E. Williams, Key Mosley, and Kim Roper. Who are they? What is in their tree? So I'm going to go back to Gedmatch, and I'm going to look for trees in the Gedmatch project to see, did you give me one? And then some people share their tree with you. So I'm going to go through my messages, and Ancestry is the quickest way to find you. And I'm going to see, did we talk, or I'm going to do a member search. I need a tree because now I got to compare Kim and Kathy's line and Key Mosley. How are you related to Sylvan? Then I go to 3. Levada is Kathy, and Levada is related to a cousin I met. He's in California. His name is Chindrick. Each of these are separate matches to Sylvan somehow. What I will tell you is this. Under 4, Kathy's there, but Tim Williams is related via, I believe that is an England line, but that line rears out of South Carolina, Kathy. Tim Williams line connects to a Bar Beckley in Abbeville, South Carolina. We know there's more going on over there, but he pushes us to South Carolina. Is this a South Carolina match? I got to look at the tree. My cousin Joan, her mother's in here. Okay, well, we're all cousins, but so let me just say names now because we are all cousins. Joan, her mother's in here. So each group represents a concentration that you need to see what's the relationship. I stuck Sylvan at Anderson. But no, that particular person, I could be related to 7 times on one chromosome or 4 times on one chromosome, depending on how I'm related to these people. This is what DNA Painter will do for us who use it differently, because this is not how they're telling us to use it. But this is how I've been able to figure out my relationships to you. Now we're going to see if it makes sense. So Bobby Arrington. So I knew I was supposed to be looking for Bobby. Bobby's in Bullitt County. He's in Montgomery County, Alabama, but I think his grandmother or someone did rear from Bullock. And I didn't recognize the name. So I said, Bobby, I don't know how to help you today. So when I looked at Sylvan and I'm looking at this list, Bobby is red. And I'm going up the list and I'm looking for Lavada is Kathy. But Sylvan is where everybody's related to her under. Jolene is here. Who else was a strong one? And then I got my UK cousins. The black lines represents 2 groups of UK cousins, Carol Blower and Clement Earl. They're my cousins on my daddy's side. Wickham is my mama's side. It's Wickham hitting me on my mama's side and my daddy's side. These are the conversations I'm forced to have. But the beauty is, if you never talk to them, look at their tree to figure out. You guys don't have to stare so close at the monitor, because you'll be able to start painting your own stuff to really understand what it's looking like. But at the end of the day, a couple of you on the call, I told you, what did I say? Go in Ancestry, search for Wickham. Did you return anybody name? They said, yep. Hey, cousin, what's up? And so this is how I'm able to find this concentrated conversation with you about the possibility of the relationship. But I got to know the members in the group. I got to see your trees. And then I got to document how I'm related to you based on what I see. But what's amazing about it is we're kin. However, you may not realize you're kin through Wickham, you are. Some kind of weird way. Wickham also goes to Hannah because he purchased slaves from the enslaver Hannah. And I did see something that maybe Hannah may be taking me to South Carolina. So now I'm needing to research Hannah into South Carolina. But let me show you what happened with Bobby. I said to Bobby gave me access to his DNA. If you want to give me access to your DNA, I'm gonna say I encourage you, because I've been triangulating, looking at people's DNA, looking at their matches, helping us understand how we're related. We have to still connect the work, do the connected work, but at least you're understanding where to look and the foundation of it, because I built that already. So I looked at Bobby, and I looked at Bobby's DNA, and I said, let me see Wickham. He had some Wiggum's matches. One person was a white woman. And that white woman had the same names in her tree that I have in the tree I've created for them. And I said, good Lord. So you're related to the enslaver, Bobby. But Bobby is an Arrington. He's not a Wickham. So I looked at the tree that I made for the enslaver, Wickham. I went to a daughter who I found out had married an Arrington. I looked at that daughter's tree. I looked at her sons, because the sons will carry the daughters changed the last name, not the sons. So a Harrington daughter married an Arrington. I looked at her tree. The Arrington daughter had sons. I looked at the Arrington sons, and one relocated to Montgomery, Alabama. And I said, Bobby, there's your connection right there. That's where Arrington came into. So somewhere, Arrington took slaves to Montgomery. The slaves took the name, and they got disconnected from the rest of the family. Now, the picture on the right is sharing with you how Cheryl is related to me, Sylvan is related to me, but Bobby was not related to Sylvan. So this is that presentation in Ancestry where they're cutting the centimorgans off at 8. We have to go low to come high. And so Bobby doesn't appear to be related. How many times have you been not appearing to be related to people? And then as we analyze Gedmatch and as we analyze the DNA, we start realizing we really are, even if it's a sliver. So, okay. Oh, and then Bobby is related to Kathleen. So then I did the same thing with Kathy. Kathy, can you go search your tree for Wiggum? She said, yep, they are. I did the same exact thing. I did that on the call with David Taylor. David, can you go search for, I told him to search for Wiggum. He searched for Wiggum. Or I did the search because he gave me access to his DNA. I searched for Wiggum, but then another name came in. And then when I looked at the white person whose tree it was, he had the name Fitzpatrick. Oh, Fitzpatrick. And it had everyone in that Fitzpatrick tree that I had in my enslaver's tree. That is my ancestor. So David and I are related via the surname Fitzpatrick at a minimum. When we had no clue when we met until last week. So at the end of the day, this is that conversation about how to use the tool to get it to make sense. Now, are you seeing more than one ancestral connections on the same line? So so I did do this chart because, so if you can't see nothing but the colors of the text, that's okay. That's enough. But what I'm sharing with you is on chromosome 3, this is the groupings you see, right? The person you're looking at will be at the top. And then each grouping of relationships will be grouped, lining up underneath the people's names at the top. So that's what the names at the top represents. As you go down, they line up with the people toward the bottom. So Bobby, Marshall D, that's Kathy. Wheaton is David Patterson. Barry Hardy, don't know first name. But when I looked at their tree, David is Wiggum, Barry Hardy is Woods. That's all I saw in Barry Hardy's tree was Woods. Is David Patterson also a Woods? Is this my wood line that I do not know any of her ancestors? So now I get to look at the tree, have some conversations, talk with each person to figure out, are we also related through the Woods line? Secondly, the next group to the right, David Wheaton Hannah Patterson, he's a Patterson. And I did see a Hannah daughter married a Patterson. Gina Summers is a bird. That's wrong. She's not a Stinson. Gina Summers is a bird. Yes, Gina Summers is a bird, not Stinson. Barry Hardy is Woods. Still trying to figure out Dow, but Shelby Cowan I should have put. She's a Wiggum. What's the relationship here, people? Are all the other people related to me through Wiggum? Now we can talk about that. I can get them to search for Wiggum. And so each grouping, you analyze their tree, you understand what's the surnames that look like they line up to you. But what this is doing is forcing a broader connection than that one lane connection you thought you had. This is showing when the matches have different locations. So the top is my cousin Maurice Oliver, who's a Barbeckley in South Carolina. And I'm like, I know I'm related to South Carolina, didn't know how, but I see the groupings, so now I can connect with them to see how we're related. Richard Jones is a Jones. I know that line. Maybe the Jones is taking me over there. So each of these is showing you how you dissect the person and then how you understand the match and where their person died or where their person was born to help you get out of your local research and your regional research.
Yeah, Bert, please make that a little larger.
Didn't I say don't focus on the picture? Why, you see yourself?
No, I can't see anything.
Oh, well, again, so I'm gonna paint someone and I'll make it, and because I'm gonna do a demo in DNA Painter so that you will be able to see it clearly. Now, with a rubber be similar with this one, chromosome 4. My Carol Blower, she's from England. She was the one that started me on my Jamaican track. Denver Below Haynes, I've talked to Denver. She's at Arrington and a Proctor. That's out of Maryland. David Anthony Taylor's on the call. He's a Fitzpatrick. Annette McLean, she's a Fitzpatrick. Why are the Fitzpatricks and all these other people lining up with Carol when I know she today is born and raised in England? Wait a minute. Are the Fitzpatricks connected to England? So this is helping, because we have the project and we have the different people with the diverse backgrounds, it's helping us to pay attention to where to look. And again, having trees, especially in our project, or even in Gedmatch, if you're not in your project and you find someone, but you see a tree, you know, make a note of it, that kind of thing. Now I'm not so scared to, I wanted to lock down the project because I wanted a concentrated, focused, so that I could do what you see tonight. After tonight, I'm good. Everybody in the project has been documented. Everybody in the project has been recorded. I can add a new person. I can add them to my painter. You can add them to your painter when you get it. So now I'm okay with more people joining, though I don't need it, because we have enough with what we have right here. This was purposely blurred because all this is showing you is the fact that you can create a pedigree chart in DNA Painter that gives you the ability. So I was able to color code my lines because I like, not that I like colors, but I need distinctions. I need to separate you. Don't try to focus on what you see, because it's, and I have it in a PowerPoint. I can show you it that way. But I was separating my pedigree lines by colors so that when I start having conversations about the Fitzpatrick name, where is it? Where's my Bird name? Where's my Jones name? Where's my Wiggum name? So this was just telling you that DNA Painter you can create a pedigree chart. And actually what you can do is download your JCOM file and upload it to DNA Painter, and it will do this. So you don't have to manually do it yourself. So that's the easy way. We're getting toward the end, y'all. Oh my gosh, I'm on time like I thought. This is just sharing with you another of who I am. I have published books. Let me give my little accolades. This is Grandma. Created a book called Grandma Chronicles, because again, I'm a grandma girl. I dissected the book of Proverbs. Yes, I did. I created a whole Bible study book out of it that's just sitting on Amazon. But at the end of the day, and there's the book. If I can't be the cake, I won't be the crumb that I mentioned to you earlier about. But this is just sharing with you the fact that I have published books. These are my books that are my genealogy books. I have published those in 2020. And then I did a new revised version of the Anderson book after I did the documentary, you'll see, in 2022. So, and this is about the documentary that I did. During COVID and the pandemic, I was able to get my community to help me rally around creating this documentary, which chronicles my Anderson Wiggum line and brings it to Rochester. And just, it has all the records and everything that I found, because I just wanted a way to honor my family and to show people how with the record you can tell your story. I did submit my film to a couple of film festivals. So I am not one to shine, I'm not. But at the end of the day, you don't know me. So this is just a way that I can help you to get to know me without doing a Google search. And in summary, stop thinking of your DNA matches as single surname matches, when in fact, they're starting to look like this, especially with DNA Painter. And now I shall do a demo of DNA Painter. So while I prepare the demo for DNA Painter, I'm going to stop presenting this. I will do questions and answers. Okay. So Emily since you're here? I love Envy. Can you just read off a question and answer, and then I'm gonna say I answered that, or I will say, okay, this is what I can think about that.
Read off a question and answer.
Are there any in the chat? Any questions?
Oh,
What?
okay, the chat. Okay, hold on. Now let me go to the chat and I'll see.
Okay, you said enlarge. I'm looking now.
Okay, here's one question from KL.
Kathy.
The person asks, what app or program or tool in DNA Painter are you using to color code your chromosome 1 and 2 slides, which show Carol Blower, etc., and Earls from England?
I'm gonna show you in a second. So that's what the demo I'm about to do right now is DNA Painter. So Carol Miller, that's beautiful. She says she's an Earl from South Carolina and Georgia. Hey, cousin, we coming at you. We definitely have some Earls. Kathy is definitely an Earl. I'm kin to Kathy Lynn. Bayless Earl, Kathy. What other Earls? All the Earls in South Carolina, and we know that the family spread. So the father could be in Anderson while the other somebody is somewhere else. And that's the further you go back when they, migrated in. This is all of the things we have to get to know about the enslaver, to understand the patterns, to figure out where to look for the records to prove the relationships that the DNA is already done. Okay, this is the Gedmatch project. So in a project, what you basically are doing, these are all the projects you subscribe to. If you're ever interested in joining a project, you just come here and you search for a project. Let's say, I don't know, I'm gonna just type Jamaica because I know it's off the cuff, it's here. And then you can just go in here and they're gonna tell you about their projects and you can click join. They're gonna ask you questions. Oh, there's a Barbados. Hold the phone, I'm gonna go through this one. Did you tell them why you want to join their project? Have Barbados. If I could spell Barbados, whatever, DNA ties. Okay, right click? How do I spell Barbados? Because I apparently have a guy. No E's. Okay, fine. I'm not doing that. I usually add my brother and myself because he's a high match. And that's more than enough. And that's as simple how you join a project. One thing about Gedmatch that is frustrating, you have to do all these double back refreshes, double backs to get where you want to go. But don't let it confuse you with where you are. So this is saying go back twice to get to the previous page. Just use the back button. Now that you're in a project, you're going to choose the group you want to look at. I'm belonging to a couple. You're going to put a kit, your kit. You can also search on other people's kits. This is where the money is in a project. You can go as low as you want to go. And I'm do what we can before they figure this out in projects and cut us off. So I'm getting my 1 cent mortgage out the way. And I've already got them downloaded a couple times. But you download it, and I'm gonna be nice. I'm gonna show you the difference. Here's 7 centimorgans. I don't change anything else. You don't have to exclude chromosome 23. This does exclude it. And the most common recent ancestor is the person that's closest to you in relationship. But it does not mean only. And that's one thing that these tools are telling me. There's not a single relationship. There's more than one relationship. So there's 350 people now in the project. I started with 50 plus. And again, this is 7 centimorgans. But the beauty about a project, it gives you starting in on where you match a person. These are what you need for DNA Painter. You need the chromosome, you need the start and the end segment, and then you need how many chromosomes you match that person, this row right here. And I'll show you how we're going to do that. And then you're just going to take a look and scroll down. All the people at the top are my top cousins I told you about. Here's Sylvan. This is where she came in. And she is 3 generations away from me. And I was like, girl, let me figure out. Let me go look at your tree. She don't have a tree here, but she has a tree in Ancestry. And because I have this spreadsheet, I can go here all day and I can search for her name. It better be here doing all that junk talking. Oh, I don't have her, but I will. I know how to find her. So you can always copy a link to your spreadsheet. To do that, oh, I'm sorry. To do that, you're just going to click on the cell, right click, and scroll to what you want. Insert a link. And you can just paste that link that you got from wherever you got it from. And so these are ways, if they don't have a Gedmatch tree, I do add the ancestry trees because I need to be able to see your tree. So Maria Blanca is Cheryl. So these Cheryl and Sylvan are my Anderson matches. Richard Jones is a Jones match in my tree. These are all my 3-generation matches. And as far as I'm concerned, these are all my high matches. But H. Fortune has a tree. That green icon is a tree. So that I know in Gedmatch, I can see his tree. If I don't know, and actually, I think I heard this was a female. I can, if I don't know her name in Ancestry or wherever, she actually downloaded this from 23andMe. So I can go to 23andMe because I think they will handle above 7, 8 centimorgans, and I may be able to find her there. The last column tells you where they got, where the DNA came from. Migration means I had a Ancestry account and a 23andMe account, and I wanted to combine them into one big account. So they migrated. I believe there's a combined count, a power account. It may not be migration, but you can't combine 2 different sources into one. I'm going to personally tell you, I think it could be helpful. I have searched with my brother in my Ancestry. I got no hits. I literally used his MyHeritage and I got a hit. Maybe that person used MyHeritage also as a source and the calculations just matched in Gedmatch. But I don't like seeing multiple kids because now, like right here, he's my cousin, but he has 2 separate kits that I've uploaded. So that's forcing me to look at the same information twice. That's all. He did an Ancestry, he did a 20andMe. But then again, maybe if I pick and choose which one I want to research, but if the segments are the same and lining up, I don't care. Because that's what you want to know. You want to see. But these are all the matches I have at 7, and over half of them are my family. So if I go back and I change the centimorgans now, that was actually 7. Y'all don't want to know how low I go. I'm going to go to 3, be a little nice. But this is just an exercise to show you the difference. And the power of this is because we're going to start seeing more centimorgans per person. And when you're trying to do segment comparison, remember the start and the end are the segments. And this is where the money has to line up. My number has to be in from the beginning or the end of you. And that means we're matching, and that means we're related. So the more segments that I can see of you, Sylvan, I think she had fewer, but this is Sylvan. She's a close match. Richard has more. But as I go further down now, I might get a few more extra chromosomes. That's nice. The problem is I want them all. And if you're not related to me, I will see nothing. If there's nothing more that is in the database to show me, I get nothing more. The database is not going to show you any more than what's there. And because a project lets you go to 1, let me see what you're going to show me. My daughter and family, they're going to stay pretty much the same. They're close family. I might have gotten a little bit more. Richard got expanded. Sylvan got expanded. Look at Sylvan. Sylvan went all the way down here now. This Sylvan compared to before. Richard, Maria, she's Cheryl. I don't even remember seeing Bird. So I'm gonna highlight Bird. Be way down here. Now, mind you, I know these are minuscule, right? They say they're noise, minuscule. Look at them. We have 1 centimorgan. If you see 1.3, is there any? What's the highest? I see a 12. So that's dope. So I think what they're trying to say is, if my mouse will move, Dennis Bird right here matches me at 12.2 centimorgans. That's considered a high match. But am I related to him more than once? That's what I need to understand. Because he can help me to understand my other relatives. And that's what is important. So this is just a conversation about high versus low chromosome lists. Now, in the project, once you have your project open and you want to start using DNA Painter, you download the CSV file. It's going to open up as a spreadsheet. And you're going to take your time. It might have took me 2 days, but I sat here and I promise you, and I was just plugging away. So something I will show you how to do with an application. If you double click when you get double arrows, if you double click, it opens it up. So sometimes you need it to be as wide as it needs to be. Double click when you over the little separator, you see that arrow, you double click, it opens it up. If you click on the row, so you know how you want to freeze, you want to see the header? If you click on the row and you click on view, freeze, you can freeze it at the column that you have highlighted. You can freeze the first row, I'm sorry. You can freeze the column or you can freeze the row. You can do all of that. So we're going to freeze, I guess, first column. I don't want a column. And then when you want to remove it, you remove it. I'm sorry. You just put you click a cell. You don't highlight it. You click a cell. And now I want to freeze rows and columns visible while the rest of the worksheet, that's not necessary. I just want to freeze top row. There you go. And the reason you're doing that is you want to remember what you're highlighting. You want to highlight for DNA Painter. You just want to remember what the columns that you want to highlight for that person. So I already have the people that I need to map because everyone else has already been mapped. So this is what I do. Of course, you need a big monitor. Please don't do this on a phone. You can't. Please don't. I don't know if you can do it on a tablet, but I need a whole computer with a whole monitor with these seasoned eyes. Okay. So what I tend to do, I hide, or I'm going to remove the columns that are not necessary for DNA Painter. So if I right click, you can delete. If I right click and go to the bottom, you can hide. You can also select it, I think somewhere in unhide. You just have to, if I double click, it'll keep opening up each column. So there's more than one way to skin that cat. But for DNA Painter, all I need are these columns right here. For visibility purposes, I'm just going to center align this. Just for me, DNA Painter doesn't need that. And then I'm going to put, where are you going to be? I'm going to put you over here, and I'm going to put the other one to the right where I want to paint. So you're going to take each person and you're just going to highlight. So what I did is I clicked on the cell where I want to start. And I go down to the bottom where it ends, and I go as far to the right. I hold the shift key and select. That's a quick way to do it. You can also use your mouse and you can just select, normally this way. So it's just more than one way to do it, especially in a Windows application. So you go here and you copy. So what DNA Painter needs is the information that's in these 4 columns. Chromosome, segment started in, and then the centimorgan. Then you're going to come here, and I'm going to come to my big map. And I'm going to choose paint a new map, a new match. It's really more simply than you think. So all you're going to do is paste after you've copied. You don't even have to get rid of that space. I tested that too. But you do have to change the centimorgans to where you want, where your source is. Because if I say 7, it's going to get rid of everything that's under 7. But I wanted to include my 7. And I'll save my match. Now you want to give them a name. What I've started realizing I've been doing, I give them the name of what's in the project because that's what I see them as. You can probably, and I'll show you where to write notes. So I give them a name of the person that's in the project. Then I come down here, and now you're going to give them a name that visually you can see in that chart. So I'm going to say Shinder, and I'm going to say, if I knew how she was related, normally I would do like Wiggum, because that's going to quickly tell me that they were related to me that way. But then, me being me, I do this. What chromosome am I related to? That's why you want side by side. So I say 1, 2, 3. So we're related through. I know it sounds like it's difficult, people, but I promise you, you practice it once, it's not. So for Shinder, chromosome 1, there's matches. Chromosome 2, there's matches. Chromosome 3, there's matches. This is a me thing. You do not have to do this. But I need to make sure that I understand my matches. So I want this more information, the better. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21. 5 through 21 is how we're matched. You're going to come here. Now, this is the glitch with DNA Painter. You have to say, is this a maternal or a paternal? I'm going to say it's both for the sake of the demo. And I'm going to give them a color. You can pick whatever color in this rainbow you want to give them. Light colors don't show well. I will tell you that. So once you pick a color, you can go over here, and up here it changes. See that drop down up there? The drop down changes to the color you're choosing. So that's kind of helpful. And then what I do in the spreadsheet, I copy the 2 columns. And I even add, daggone it, Delbert. I even add, daggone it, Delbert. All right, now I need to see how I'm related to them. Now I got to do it the hard way. 5.75. This just is going to help me, right? When I'm trying to understand my relationship to you and I'm looking at the map and all that good stuff, I want to be able to know what ancestor do I need to look at. So down here in the notes, you can type whatever you want. Oh my goodness. Hail out of South Carolina, related to Earl, all that good news that she just told us in the chat. You can put whatever you want in here. And then once you're done, that's it. It's as simple as that. That person now has been mapped. But I'm going to show you the glitch. And it's just one of those things where you're going to have 2 maps if you want to do maternal and paternal. So you see how on every chromosome in the paternal section, the shade, in the maternal section, there's shade. That's because I haven't defined maternal or paternal. So if I go to, so there's 2 ways to see this. If I click on the chromosome itself, it's going to open up like this. And then the top part is going to say, it's going to show Shinder because it doesn't know if it's a paternal match. And then the bottom, this is where all the people on chromosome 1, Shinder's lining up with. My chromosome 1 is the bomb. I'm going to tell you, no. I'm sorry, I correct myself. This is just chromosome 1. This is not how they match to other people. This is just showing me what my chromosome 1 looks like from beginning to the end. If that don't almost look complete, I don't know what to tell you. That's the bomb.com right there. So it's so cool to be able to see there's not many gaps, whatever is going on, right? But that's a lot of people to analyze. I was like, I'm not with that right now. I'll show you how to analyze them. But this is a way to be able to see your paternal and maternal matches. So that grid you saw me with everybody's names in it, you can move around. You can even minimize it, which is the key. Then you can turn it back on. I can search in the group. Search for Kathy. I didn't spell her name like that. I didn't spell her name like that either. Marshall. Oh, she's not in here by her name. She's in here by the project name. So these are the Marshalls I have in it. So you can filter the list of everybody if you want to specifically target a person. So that's looking at it by chromosome. Every chromosome is going to do the same. This allows you to be able to see if there's any gaps or all the people that are in that chromosome. Okay. So that's that. Now, the problem with paternal and maternal matches, DNA Painter is not going to tell you that this person is a paternal and a maternal match. We do have to do we have to do the guesstimating ourselves. So you don't want to just have paternal and maternal in one map. So to change it, this is what gender looks like top down. Everything for one person, top down. You can turn on their name. You can turn it off. If you edit the group, that was the source where we started. And then now I can say, today this person is a maternal match. Save the group. Now the paternal no longer has a tick mark. And then as I analyze this person under my maternal matches, then I can clearly see what's going on. The other thing, I'm going to go back to that. If I click on a person name from the drop down, now everybody is in pink. What's really interesting, I think, if I happen to see a blue for paternal, oh, that's telling me that this is a double match, a mother and father side. So that was very interesting to be able to start seeing something like that happens. If you want to, I edited group. This is editing that. Okay. So that's just looking at the chromosome. Now the money. So let's say, for instance, I do want to analyze gender a little deep dive. So if you click on any one of the matches, you're going to get this information. I'm not editing no match. I'm not editing no segment. I just need to view. I can highlight. There are definitely some things you can do, but what this is telling you is the range we saw, which was the beginning and the end for that chromosome and that segment. This is telling you the range for this person. To view the match, I probably should have chosen, I'll choose somebody in the group. This is everybody that's in my crowd, in my group, that's overlapping. We just saw that. That's not so helpful. But you go here and you show the overlap. That right there, and you click yes. This is what you saw. And this is where I can zoom. So now this is showing you how they're matching everyone in the project. Oh gosh, I zoomed too much. And actually, I don't need to, I have to map the other people, but I don't need it for this session. Okay, I just took it down a little bit. Which way? There it is. Okay. So this is Shender, that I need to remember how I found them. I found them from a group I went in recently. So on chromosome 1, look at these different groups that I'm matching people on chromosome 1. So to me, chromosome 1, they say, is one of the largest chromosomes. I will tell you that. So sometimes you might want to just start small. And you want to look for the people you know how they match you. So as you start adding your kits and adding your people, and you know how they match you, and then when you start analyzing, you're going to compare the unknowns to the knowns. And that's how you're going to have a focused conversation about how you're related to someone. You can switch. Let me see if I can find Lavada. Lavada's everywhere, Kathy, always. What I will tell you, Tracy Queen is tied to the 272 for the record, Lavada. For the record, Kathy.
See, Lavada does not know who her father is.
No. Okay, Kanika, that's you?
Yep.
So you and Lavada are here. And then, so these are the people in here. I do believe, let me see, Joseph Warren, Jay Tyson, I know her, I know who that is. I'm looking for a Wiggum and I don't see one. I think this might be my Anderson name, not Wiggum. Wiggum married an Anderson. I think that I know, and the Anderson was born in Maryland. So that's that tie. So I think this is my Anderson that takes me back to Maryland and is connecting in that way. But anyway, but this is where that conversation comes from. So this is how come I was able to look at you, Kathy, and I said, you're lining up with everybody that's a strong Wiggum. Ain't no way. And I said, Kathy, go look. And she had it. So you will definitely find breakthroughs. And I promise you, I started learning DNA Painter last Friday. I had all these people mapped. Was it a week? Because sometimes it could take me 3 days. It was a week. Last Friday, by Thursday, I think I had everybody in here solidly. Then I started adding people, and I needed to come back and add more people. But by Friday, I analyzed. I found Bobby. I found David Patterson. I found David Taylor. I found Kathy. I found, okay, cousin, where you at on the call? I gotta find your name. Cause I just found her Friday. And Emily, she's related to, remember I messaged Emily. Emily that, okay, cousin, where your name at? Show your face.
Which cousin? Because I just
Are,
found
are
you.
you talking about me?
I still forgot. No, there's Freeman Friday. My Freeman Friday cousin that's related to
It was
Oh, okay.
it was
my
Davis.
Deborah.
who? Deborah. Because
Yes.
the problem is Jolene is Jamaican. Everybody on here Jamaican. Listening to me. Deborah is related to, so we search for Deborah. What we search for? Wiggum, right? Yes. I searched Deborah for Wiggum, and then she had a relationship to someone, and that person was related to Emily. They were related to my Jamaican
It was Comer. It was the Comer.
Comer name.
Yes.
Comer name. That's what it was. As I looked at her tree, I saw Comer. I said, that's Emily. Did she ask me, are you know Emily? And when I saw Comer, I said, I don't know if I have any Comers. Let me check. I searched for Comer. I saw one person. I looked at his shared match. He was related to my Patricia Bernard, and he's related to your Gisela. So at the end of the day, I think me and Emily realized we were related through the Thompson, which is Jamaica. But then I said, but cousin, you Jamaican. So it's just amazing to be able to have tools that can help us figure out these breakthroughs. So let me try to think, is there anything else in DNA Painter I want you to know? Okay, so again, the things you must do. I can share, and I gotta see if I can give you the ability to copy so that you can paste it somewhere, and then you can strip out my information and add your own. It depends on how far you guys want to go. But this is the everybody that's in the project, a cleaner version. And you have to do the work of understanding their relationships. You can start with what I have because it's a strong foundation. If you're related, if I'm saying they're related to me here, you may be too somewhere, wherever you are, because we are all family, we all cousins. The other thing I did want you to see, and now this is where I'm taking my stuff a step further. In Ancestry, I have opened up every pedigree line that I have. I copied them, I put them in PowerPoint. So now when I see that you're related to Stinson, I will look at the pedigree chart, and I need to see who's the ancestors. I need to see where they were living, where they died, so that I can dissect my relationship to you. So I just wanted you to see this is the level that I'm going through. So I've done this with every one of the flyouts on my maternal line. You have to understand your pedigree chart. However small, fill it as best you can. Stop having them separated charts, pedigree charts, trees. Have a separate tree, then create one tree for me or us. And put it in Gedmatch if you don't want to make it public on Ancestry, because we're researching each other, right? And we're trying to create a respectable, safe space. But I got to see your tree. We need to see your tree. And if you take the time, I did this once, this week is done. Now I can start looking at analyzing and figuring things out. Promise you, by September, everybody will be done. The core of you will be done. I told David and a bunch of you, by September, I will know how I'm related to you. And praise be to God, I did that. I have done that. But I will tell you, this is not the conventional way they want you to do this. Oh, another cute thing you can do. Now let's say, for instance, I don't want to see Shinder. I don't need her. You just mouse over, you click on the color and it hides them. It's a show and hide. So that's dope when you don't necessarily want to see it. And I'm not going to do this with all these people. It's over, I think right now, 200 people. Y'all know I'm not going to do that with 200 people. But this is what it looks like when you have paternal and maternal going on. And so you just hide them and you fix them. You fix your matches. When you know you're related on paternal and maternal, you copy that segment to your map that's paternal and you copy it to your maternal and you label them accordingly and then you research accordingly. But for DNA Painter, you cannot put both in one map. So I don't think there, oh, so are there any questions? I'm done, y'all. I'm done. I wanted to do my demo. I think I've done the due diligence. One last thing. You can ask the questions. I want to show you the chromosome. This is where you create a tree. You can upload the tree. Or you go to tools. There it is, tools. Tools is where you can determine, remember I mentioned to you how I found those chromosomes? So if I go here and I do 20 chromosomes, it's going to show me what 20 chromosomes looks like on the map. When I go over here and I said, let me do one. Let me be me. That puppy didn't change by much. That's where I got this from. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to one and seeing what it do. But with the power of DNA Painter, I'm making it make sense. I'm making it. I'm not getting it to make sense no more. I'm making it make sense. What I will tell you is if you have any enslaver information, feel free to send it to me, email it to me. The more background you share, the more it's going to help me figure this out because, like I said, I'm digging for the ancestors and I'm looking for their stories. But DNA Painter is pointing me in the direction of where to look. All right. I am officially done at 8:13. All right. Any questions?
So Deborah, I did see my name. This is Nikki Knight, and my maiden name is Knight. So I saw my name on the list, but then when you broke it off into groups, I didn't see it. So Alabama is kind of new for me. Now I know my ancestors, my enslavers was in Florence, Alabama. Is Florence close to Bullock?
So this is the challenge we have. The enslavers' children spread.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give you a quick summation, and this is what I tell of the story that I have. Alabama being in the middle of everybody, right?
All right.
So I like visuals. Visuals just help us so much in our life. So I'm gonna go to the state map. Here we go. Okay. Alabama for the southern region is in the middle. So the colonies on the coastal line, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got the Virginia, the North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Maryland. So you got the whole corner up there, right? West Virginia was not created until emancipation. That's that's a news you can use. That's a tip. So if you're looking for Virginia, you're looking in all of Virginia or whatever it was prior to that, a territory. When the families fought in the Revolutionary War in the 1780s, 1770s, whatever they did, they were promised land. So anyone that was in the colonies had established families, children, already had slaves. So when migrants came in from Ireland and wherever they were coming in from, and they married, their daughters received slaves.
Right.
Those daughters received slaves in the name most times of the husband. But then they had to write a deed saying, for the love and affection I have for my husband, I bequeath my slaves to him, and he did the same to her. So that when they died, they didn't have to go through legal the courts for the property of how it should have been distributed. They were already given to the spouse.
Okay.
But when they die, and then of course they're buying slaves here, they're buying slaves there, they're selling slaves in between. But especially when they married, because they had been promised land, they probably gave that land to the daughters and the husband, and they migrated south. With the Trail of Tears, the Indians are gone. Georgia did not exist, and there is no census for Georgia generally until 1820. maybe 1830.
Um,
No, trust me, I did that with someone in a group, and she had to look because I looked. It was a territory, so the only records we're going to see is in the courts for Georgia, because there's no census to tell us that they had slaves and little things like that. So when they moved down, they brought their slaves. Then they living their life, but then some of them was like, well, you know, my son went here, then my daughter went there, and they broke the families apart. Families went there, families went here. Then when the Civil War coming around, we're gonna fight. Then we're gonna move ourselves from the south. So some again move from the north to the south because they want to keep their slaves. But then when they realized they was losing, oh, we out of here. We headed to Mississippi. We headed to Louisiana. We headed to Arkansas. So that Alabama, Georgia is that in-between state of that migration pattern for those enslavers. And that's how we got disconnected from the right or the right. And then y'all got disconnected from us on the right too. And we're trying to connect to each other. Do a search in Ancestry for just Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, the South Carolinas. You're going to have matches. It's understanding the matches. But to understand the matches, you got to build a tree. You got to build the tree of the enslavers. Because when you start building the tree of the enslavers and you start seeing where the daughters, husbands, where they married, and then they moved, then after you do that, go look for the probate records and the deeds of those people. So someone shared someone shared who's on the call, David, what I'm going to share with the family, because I told David and he told everybody else in his words, but this was not mine. Emily blessed me with this. And this is how I found my records. So I'm going to give you this because you gave me this time. I'm going to show you how to find them deeds, y'all, and them probate records. And stop fooling around with the way they showing you to search. That ain't getting you no stuff. But you're going to have to do the work. Promise yourself, give yourself a month to stop looking for and build what I'm telling you to build.
And if you don't know, there is a...
Was that for me, Jolene?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I was
Oh,
going
what
to
did you say?
say, I was going to say also, like Georgia was established in the, like, founded in 1735. And after the, after, well, even before
As a territory,
17,
or
even
it
before
admitted
17,
into the Union, though. That's the
yeah,
point for the
yeah.
students. I'm more,
So
thank you.
even before 1776, I mean, all the colonies, they were basically just bursting at the seams. And the more and more people that were coming in and migrating in from, you know, from Europe, they started expanding and moving west.
Right.
So, you know, like the further they were moving west, it was uncharted territory, even though Louisiana and Arkansas and all those other areas were established in 1803. So it's like it was just moving real fast.
Right.
And so young couples were moving and trying to get their own land as well.
Right. And
So
what I love about Alabama, I'm sorry, but I do. We didn't have these hundreds of slaves. These people were poor. They came down with a handful of slaves. Slaves had intimate with other people in the area. So my census records barely, slave census looks like 10, 20. Maximum I tend to see sometimes is 50. I have seen hundreds. Don't get me wrong. I have. But the more of this conversation is, I have a concentration of slaves in Alabama that I can focus on, and I don't got to be trying to figure out how you're so related to me because there's too many names and it's overwhelming. How do I prove that? So, but Family Search is free. Once you have an account, you're going to go to images. This the money, people. This the money. This the money. So I'm going to search for Louisiana. Even though that ain't my place, I'm doing this for you, cousin.
Thank you.
All y'all Louisiana cousins, because this is not my birthplace. So y'all going to have to help me with Louisiana like I can help you with Alabama.
With Alabama.
Absolutely. So you're going to search for your state. And you can choose the location, but the date range, the first thing you want to do, Louisiana, I'll say 1790. I don't think they had much going on in the 1700s, but I'll say 1790, so I don't miss much. And we're going to go to emancipation. I mean, freedom. So one thing about freedom, right? You want to go up to 1870 because they was having a hissy fit, especially the ones who died. And they kept mentioning them slaves and them probate records. Due to the freedom of the coloreds, I lost this amount of land. And then they were trying to get compensated for the loss that they had due to emancipation. So looking a little further past 64 and 65 can glean some information in the window of the slaves. But then after a while, I get tired and I'd be like, I'm good. You can choose property, and you go down here and I don't need to see your land. Plantation records I'll take, property records I'll take. I don't care about the track books. And then you can do an advance. And then when you do an advance and you click record type, you can come in here and you can choose what target information you want to see.
Okay.
What target for this, and they're only going to present to you the records for the time period you have selected. One thing I'm learning for Louisiana, there's some kind of church records, maybe. I think he mentioned church records, but and then there was what's the records when they got off the ship? What's the guy who signs off when you have notary? There's some kind of notary records. I don't know. It's not my world, and I'm not hitting Louisiana just yet. But y'all Louisianians, you're looking for something, you go to Family Search Records. This is not nobody really knew about this. And so we're spinning our wheels in Ancestry. We're spinning our wheels with the records that Ancestry is showing us. And they are not showing you deeds. I can promise you that. So we hit update. All I want to see, where's my deeds? So where's my deeds for y'all over there? Maybe they're not under property. Enslavement is a set of records.
So, Delbert, so in Louisiana, because it was basically like parishes and not counties, that's the reason why a lot of it is that you find a lot of the information through the churches.
Okay, understand. Understand.
Because of Catholic, Catholic.
Right,
Most of
Catholicism.
Louisiana is Catholic down like the southern part of it. But when you go to central Louisiana and maybe northern Louisiana, it may be like Baptist.
Gotcha. One thing I'm gonna tell you, y'all better get your cursive on. I'm glad we of that age. They taught it to us, because we would be in the dark. Maybe that's why they don't want them to learn it in schools. You ever thought about that? Because that's all we get when we're looking at these records. It's cursive. And so 98 records, I promise you, you can do that in a day. Hands down. I would come in here, I have digitized, and I'm gonna show y'all this because I'm just gonna show y'all this, how serious I was. When y'all was playing with DNA, I was over here transcribing an entire county, Pike County, of all the slaves using the deeds that I found here. Found 2,000 slaveholders, and I have all of the probate records. There it is, 2,500, 2,400, all of the probate records and their names, when they were sold, who they were given, who was the owner, if they sold it to somebody else, what was a note, and was there any deeds? And then I even did the deeds, wherever I can find the deeds. So all I'm saying to you is, it's worth, when you find that record, my goal was trying to find my ancestors, and I was able to do that. But I did an entire county. Now I'm learning to do a focused concentration search, look at the index, find the book, then coming here and look for the book, because sometimes under the titles, you'll see things like, I can't do Louisiana complicated. I'm out of here. I'm going to Alabama. Y'all complicated. I don't understand y'all structure. But Alabama, I got you all day, Alabama.
Well, you know what? Can you go back to assumption? Go back one.
A location?
Yeah, in Louisiana, Assumption, and I'm gonna try and
No worries. So
you just had it. It
hold on.
was Assumption, Louisiana, right here. There it is. Assumption.
You can also type it in where you type in Louisiana. You can type in the
Okay.
parish.
Yeah, I got.
So
Hold on.
so
Right,
just
baby.
for Assumption, that's along the Mississippi River. Just before you get to is just west of New Orleans, over Lake Pontchartrain, and I don't know if anybody has ever heard of Donaldsonville or
And nothing about it, but I heard of it.
Donaldsonville, Louisiana, and that's where a lot of sugar cane plantations were. One of the popular names that plantations was the Bringiers, and a lot of French people settled in this area. So
You got to know what you're looking for. That's all I'm saying.
it's east. It's about 35 miles east on either side of the river from Baton Rouge, and it's about 20 miles west of New Orleans on the on the west side of Lake Pontchartrain, if anybody's ever passed through there.
Okay.
So for Assumption, what I did is I filtered it by just the probate wills and the indexes. And so now you have an inventory of 1836, 37, 36. They don't list it by a volume or a book. Alabama does, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, right here, there is a Vest volume 1 through 3, 1813 to 1880. You take a month and you get to every page. You just flip, flip, flip. However, go to the index, because I thought I saw the word index right there. That's a probate index, but these are
Well,
estate. Go ahead.
Delbra, you
Yeah.
can also uncheck everything except probate index.
Yeah, I just like, I'm a global. You know me, I'm the genealogy devil advocate. I want to see everything, so I'll miss nothing. Everything pertaining to slavery, so that now I can figure out how to step into my research. But the probate indexes, I will take David's, because I don't know which one of these is actually that. It's probably that last one I saw. It was. So my struggle with this is it's that miscellaneous records, and that kind of confuses me, because an index is an index. Okay, there it is. They typed it up. Yeah, I didn't know y'all had typewriters back in the day. What's the year though? So let me go to, where's the next page? Up here, you just arrowed up there. It's an index. Okay, year. There it is. 52. So this is 1900. So by each page, by the alphabet is going from oldest to newest, I guess.
Can you go to Moxley? Moxley.
The name?
Moxley. Moxley. That's the surname.
The
You're
name.
gonna probably have to go to like 400.
I know.
300. It's gonna go
Oh my
deep.
gosh.
Yeah, because this is the index of everything. So not 400. This is the index of all the books, and it's supposed to tell you what page to go look for in order to see the Moxley name. So hold on. I went too far. P. For the purpose of this demo, I hope we see something. They got it. Okay, I think it's next. Oh, daggone me. Okay, so that's the end of the M's. Okay. Well,
Okay.
was it Moxley?
Yeah. Moxley.
There's no Moxley, not in this. There's Motley, but that's 1942. That's current. That's no good. So the surname more. So this is all. Hold on. Let me go to a page before. Maybe it's there. Hey, there's more pages. Let me know in. No, that's it. Because it is alphabetized. But you can check.
I have.
What can I ask
I have
something
Moxley.
else? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I have Moxley in my tree as well.
Really?
Mm,
I have medley in my tree. And I think with medley, that's like second cousin.
Yeah.
One thing I want to tell you about the indexes is although they can be in alphabetical order, they can sometimes they may not be in order. The M's may be after the C's. And so sometimes you may have to,
just flip
it
through
could
the
be what
pages.
you're looking for, it could be in there, but you may have to go through the entire
Yeah.
thing.
Another thing that I was thinking, Moxley could have been Motley at one point,
Yeah,
and it could have been Mosley at
that's
another point.
what I would do if I was you is look at that Motley from the index, go to that book and just see what it says. We can't lose, can't go wrong losing anything by doing that. But what I want to show you is what am I looking for? What was beautiful about making. Y'all full of doo-doo. What is wrong? What are we doing? Let's just do all of Alabama because you're doing too much right now. Okay. I typed it, David, listening to you. I had to. Hold the phone and wait a minute. Where is making? It was here. See the difference. And then one thing I do, I copy and paste all of these into a spreadsheet so I don't never lose them. Where's making? It was here. That's intriguing. Okay. Anyway, that's something for me to ponder because I do need to transcribe Macon County. Oh, user error. See, I work in IT. We used to say doozer, dumb user. But because I'm not going to call myself dumb, the problem was I think index was still checked. Remember, I was only looking at indexes. Macon, Alabama. Oh. Okay. Select all. Don't play with me. Play Lotto. Okay. I just wanted you to see how this is making. They have volumes. And volumes are great because they'll tell you to go to this book and search for what you're looking for and that kind of thing. So you just want to pay attention to, especially when you start with an index, what book is it in and what book and what page, so that you can come here and you can successfully look. But if there is no book, wills are just wills. And I got rid of everything, again, that was a will to 18. This is Alabama, so it didn't really come into the Union to 1819. 1870. And you have to choose the drop down. You can't just type in, hit search. You have to choose the drop down option for this function. I hear typing going on, people looking. Y'all not listening to me anymore. Y'all looking. But yeah, this is where the real money is. So you go to the index, you look for your names, and then you just go read and have at it and see what you can find. So I just wanted to show you that this part of it. Okay. Any other questions?
No, but thank you.
You're very welcome.
Yes, you do a phenomenal job. Awesome job.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So it sounds like I said, I try to make it where I can do this. I dropped the finger clip. I dropped the mic. Just so that you guys have what you need to go forward and prosper and for us to find each other. Kathy Lynn, question to you. Are your questions answered?
I had a whole bunch of them in there, and I think for the most part, you covered them. I collect, as everyone here does, tons of data, so I'm most interested in how you have put it together in a way that makes sense. I have spreadsheets that will go to the moon.
Yeah.
But it's not helpful if you can't piece them all together. So that's why I wanted to see, and very happy to see and thankful that you have saved your way. Yeah, because that's the thing. You can collect, like I was for 40 years, collecting all these documents, but if you can't put them together and make sense of them, it doesn't really count. So,
Okay,
thank you very much.
you're welcome.
And Delbra,
Yes.
do not forget that Lee County was formed in 1865 from Macon, Chambers, Bullock County, and Russell counties. So
Oh,
some of that stuff that you're
somewhere
looking for
else.
in Macon may be in Lee County. My sister and I have been to Tuskegee and looked at the deed books and things down there, so we kind of know what you're talking about.
Okay, awesome.
We've been to Opelika, which is Lee County, and looked at stuff there too. But Lee was formed in 1865.
Okay,
And that's where my family started out in Macon and ended up in Lee, the same location, but the
right,
counties
different
changed.
county. That's amazing because like my Fitzpatrick line, they are actually down there. There's only like one Fitzpatrick guy and with his black slaves, and then they changed their name to Fitch, Fitch. Then I uncovered that the Fitch name was a whole nother up in that line, there was a surname named Fitch. So these little crumbs is helping me to think out the box, is the moral and the point to the story of that. So what I'm doing now is I'm just showing you my personal tips and tricks that I use. So some of the things that I do, you guys probably do, but at the end of the day, I don't add a big source. They ask you for too much. I add a web link and then I throw that information so that I can quickly find me some links and get to what I want to get to.
Yep.
Pertaining to that particular person. I do use my notes. It's funny. I heard someone say, I don't know how people are using notes. I'm like, look, you don't understand. So notes, I love notes, but then documents. So this is what I'll show you. So in the notes section, some of the things I do is I document the cousins that I find. If I've proven you with Gedmatch or I've proven you with Ancestry, like I said, I'm going to go to your tree. I'm going to copy the URL of the tree so I can quickly get to you when I need you. And I'm going to put your name, whatever you want to say in here, I put that there. People understand how to use tags. We do that. But notes helps me to quickly glean who are all the people that I have interest in. And I think I've connected to Deborah McGee. I got to check. Shanae will not get back to me, but she was the first Wiggum cousin I ever saw in Ancestry. And I was like, why is this girl showing up for me? And then I discovered the Wiggums. And then she came in, and that's what bridged me to Choctaw. So Wiggums went to Choctaw. Wiggums went to, I'm trying to find them. Wiggums went to Choctaw. They went to a couple of different places in Alabama, but nonetheless. So I use notes to help me quickly see how I'm related to people. Another thing that I will show you what I do when it comes to slavery. Oh, yes. I started putting the slaves under the family line, and then I'm trying to map these names to the children.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I need to follow this, right? I use icons. I was putting the word DNA. David, go back and tell them I'm stripping it out now. But one thing I will tell you about databases, a real company knows to omit key phrases, characters from a search list. So it's not totally true that I'm being hindered by the hints that I get. Number one, I don't use their hints. The only way I use their hints is by purposely go look for hints. Because your hints are noise, but I do a concentrated, focused search. So for Betty, I need to see who else has a tree. I'm going to go to trees. Now, everybody in the top grouping, they found 8 trees. Anybody else could be noise. I see the name Wooten. Why is that there under Wiggum? Hold the phone and wait a minute. Anderson, Jefferson, Georgia. OMG. Y'all don't y'all don't understand this. Do y'all understand this excitement right now?
Yep.
What did I say about these multiple relationships going on? So I know I need to come back and analyze this Wooten Wiggum connection because I'm tied to Wootens and I'm tied to Wiggums. And DNA Painter is saying you need to go look. OMG, I'm just happy. Okay. So Betty Wiggum, Elizabeth is in 30 trees. Betty is in 8. I click on these trees and I just look who got records, who got something else. Do they got some children? Some people have Sook as a name. You probably copied because a lot of people did not know about Sook until me, and that's okay. Until what I share, and that's okay because we need to fight each other. Zero sources, I can't listen to you. You kind of noise. But then again, so another thing I do, I right click. That's how come we always have all these windows open. But I don't click on it because I need to come back to it. So I'm gonna right click, I'm gonna look, I'm gonna analyze, that kind of thing. It's something I quickly do. Oh my God. She said her line is related to the enslaver. Oh my goodness. I need to go find my cousin. I'll get back to her. So that's, as you can see, the excitement I get when I do a focused concentration on the trees for the name I'm looking for. So that's one thing that I do that helps me. Then of course, I gotta back out because trying to figure out how to change the filter drives me crazy. And then I start kind of over from the trees. Then I will definitely look at stories. White folks love to write their stories, so I'm gonna look at their stories. And then I'm gonna look at wills and wills just to see if anybody out there got some wills I need to look at. One name that seems to be interchangeable, but I think that's on the white side. I think a white Wiggum married a white Ween, probably in the Barber County area. But that's where records sometimes come in and mentioning of people. But these are some things this is the only search I do. I do the ancestry search. I go looking. I filter out census. If I know I'm missing some censuses, I'm going to filter out and just look for censuses over here. And then, so for that, and then other than the notes, a lot that I've learned came from my big sis, Emily, because she's past a cousin, 35 years of researching this. That's my sis. You go to gallery. You don't upload media. You create a document. You can say whatever you want to say over here about what you got to say. Whatever story you want to tell, you can create however many documents you want to create. But at least this lets you start where under the notes section is not enough room. You can start carving your theses and your theories. You can paste links, different things like that into this note that you've created. So that is something new this year. I just started trying to do, especially when I'm researching different information, particular people, and I'm trying to figure things out. Also, I'm going to show you this real quick. I start with this view. Some people start with the list of names. That's too much for me because first I need to understand the pedigree chart. But once I look at a pedigree chart, if I want it, I right click anywhere and I hit print. And the reason why I'm gonna do that, you see how now you get where they born, where they died, where they born, where they died, and you're gonna get that for every page that you include. I print these out. I write a note of who they are. So I print this out. And another one thing that I do, how you saw me copy all of my pedigree charts right here in PowerPoint. What I do.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Can I ask you a question? It's not really a question, it's a suggestion. Like, can you go back to where you clicked print at? So now, as you can see here, she go to the top person. I can't really see because your screen is smaller.
Which top
Well,
person?
let's just say if you picked let's just say right there, if you pick Perlene Coop and you click on her or Cope, and if you print from her, if you go to her profile, if you go to her profile, and well, I'm sorry, if you use her as from here, if you say view and tree, click view and tree, go down right there, and then you print from her, then it's going to show starting from her moving forward. So it's going to show more.
Mm-hmm.
It'll basically show more and more wherever you actually start with. It'll show an entire family, or you can do your whole branch that way.
I like that.
Year.
But see, the thing
Understandable.
is, I'm gonna do the same thing here, David. I'm gonna do the same thing here. This is the same thing. You just open the fly out. The difference is I don't want to just start at Pearl Lee because there's something with her parents. So what I do is I don't even need my mama and my grandmama, but I do, and I just come here and I open that fly out, and I know that this is the Earl. So see my Earl people? Y'all see my Earl? This my Earls and Asias. I think I'm connected to Asias, Kathy. Asias' granddaddy was Samuel Earl. His daddy was a Samuel Earl. His great great granddaddy, good Lord, is all the Earls in England. Ding ding ding. Fitzpatrick, I think, can go there. I have a lot of England connections.
Earl, I went there to see where they live
You
in England.
did.
I did last year, sure did.
You is that. You is
Bath, England, Bath, England. They
you
were
is the truth.
Earl of that, where Bath, England is. That was
Awesome.
them.
I ain't ready to go there yet. Oh, Brown
I know. But it's cool.
Brownlee. One thing I'll tell you to start paying attention. This is the tips and tricks, right? I search for Earl, I got connections. I search for Earl in England, I got connections. I search for Brownlee. If I go to Ancestry and I'm gonna search for Brownlee, am I gonna get any hints? Because if I get any hints, let them vote white or black, it don't matter. I know that I need to start paying attention to researching that line. Oh, so that's because my tree, these are my immediate cousins. My daughter and my immediate cousins. So Brownlee is not a name that instantly comes up. But this is the thing that I do to help me to try to see if I have matches under the enslavers line. So like Rollins, these are free persons of color. I know for a fact I think I have Rollins. If I come here and I search for Rollins, it'd be helpful if I spelled it right. Rollings is one. Okay. So now I have Rollins matches. This is telling me over here under this, I'm sorry, you guys can't see. Rollins was an ancestor's wife right here. No, husband, Billy Rollins. Billy Rollins was in Carroll, Virginia. I don't know if he was a free person of color, but he married Nancy Bird. Nancy Bird had a son named Edward Bird. They were mulattoes, free persons of color. And I think that H. Fortune,
I'm looking for birds too in Virginia.
I know you are. The H. Fortune got me here. The H. Fortune connection out of Gedmatch blew the door open here for me. And mind you, I still have to prove where's my line. My line always have stars. I am starting to take DNA out the name. I'm using those icons, the icons that were created. Morgan Bird. My Morgan Bird was in Alabama, but his age lines up with everybody else. This is telling me Morgan was removed. And again, on the right-hand side is everyone that I have DNA related to and through what family line. So one other thing I do when it comes to how you're related to people, this is a lot of names that you are not going to remember if you're related to people. So I was using the word DNA. I am now trying to choose profile. David, you might have that really. If not, it may be on your BPOC site. What's her name? Sewell. I don't know her name so versely. Mika.
Are you talking about? Oh,
Somebody Sewell who does all the icons, all these icons right here. She
Nika
creates
Smith.
Nika Smith. Do you have the link where everyone can try to grab those links, these images?
I had already downloaded them on my computer, but I can get it.
Okay. Yeah, she has a Dropbox that where we can take these images from. So what I do, if I'm related to you and I found the DNA match, I put a picture to the face instead of it being the ancestry's male female. Because this tells me there is a DNA connection here. So before I used to say the word DNA, I am trying to be respectful. So I'm getting out of that because I'm very visual. I add that logo to everybody's profile. What that does, when someone says how you related to the birds, I now can come into my birds. And when I start seeing a tree that's matching Jack, and I don't have a DNA and they're not in Gedmatch, you are pretty much verified through someone else. and I put their information in the notes, and now I've found another person and I add them to my tree. Y'all don't have to do that, but I do, because I know that through my DNA connection with someone else, you are substantially following this line. You might not know how to connect to me, but you're bringing me to the future. And I know that I have the information for the past. So you may not be where I am today. I will tell you that. I was not where I am today. It took steps, it took time. But if you just focus, concentrated your research and stop being everywhere, right? Let DNA, create your DNA map, DNA Painter map from our project. Create your trees of the enslavers. I guarantee you, we will be having some stronger conversation about these connections, because I found so many of you of relations now just through that. And of course, I'm here to help. I'm going to do my best to keep sharing what I can share. I do believe, I think I want maybe some of our next conversation to be more of research conversation together. If you're related to birds, let's come together. Let's talk about it. In the beginning, I did that, but then I saw that there was more education needed, right? Technical, these applications. And now I feel I'm comfortable enough between Gedmatch and DNA Painter. I don't need to know no more about chromosomes. I'm going to let DNA Painter do the talking, and then I'm going to talk to the people. So that's kind of the direction I'm in now. But
Okay.
everyone I've been able to say, search for Wiggums, you're there. You're going to do the same thing. Like for Kathy, I got to do her, because Kathy is my Earl chick, and she's Booker. Kathy, who's your line that's Booker? What kid?
Let's see, Bookers would be Charles C.E. Williams, Lavada Williams, that you mentioned a bunch of times.
Lavada's everywhere.
Most of my folks are actually.
Booker?
So Julie Culpepper.
That's all right. I got CE going, girl. Y'all can see my.
Yeah, actually, that's all you need is CE and Lavada. They're the oldest elders.
Now, when did you test these people? Because I think
Tested them in 2017, like a few months before Charles died. And Lavada is 90 now. She does not know her father, so all this information
really is helping.
might be. And she gave up the ghost long time ago. She
Yeah,
just said, "I don't really need to know who he is." But still, she's the glue of so many people. Sounds like
absolutely.
you're looking at.
She sure is. I'm trying to share, and it literally is bugging. Can y'all see my
Yeah.
screen? Can you see my
We
screen?
can see the screen. Yes, we can see it.
I'm sorry. Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out. Okay, so I'm gonna go. I want to do an overlap, and okay, and we're looking. And so this is an overlap of C.E. Williams. I kind of skipped, as you can see, I skipped chromosome 1. It's doing too much. There's a lot under chromosome 1, but and so David Patterson in C.E. Williams. So C.E. is Booker. So that's that whole Booker conversation. And what I'm trying to do is figure out if Booker is going to get us to South Carolina. Maurice. Maurice is in here 6 times. So here is Maurice. He's in Abbeville, South Carolina. And his line is, like I said, Beckley Barr. Beckley Barr is tied to, she's not on a call, but she's like, if you guys see my pretty earrings, my other cousin sent them to me, Ellen.
Oh, that's nice.
And she gave me this purple ring. I was in awe. I was in awe. I was like, you know what? God gonna give me my blessings and my flowers. Okay. I just had to share that because she ain't on the call, but I told her I'm gonna wear it on my marriage ring next to my heart. Okay. Maurice, Tracy Queen is Porter. That's 272, like I said. I don't know much else. I got to do some research. Where else is Maurice under Lavada? He is, again, Alabama. I mean, South Carolina. Bobby. Bobby, Maurice, and you. Bobby is Wiggum, Hannah. Jesus. Them Hannahs is going to get us to South Carolina. And I'm not even going to have that conversation because literally I'm researching them Hannahs. And it's taking us all the way over here to, where is this location? Dinwiddie, Virginia.
Yeah, which is good. Thank you.
Do you have any knowledge on Dinwiddie, Virginia?
I am looking at Virginia closely. That is my focus now. And
Okay.
so Dinwiddie has popped up.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Because
Carters and Roys. Any of y'all have Carters and Roys?
I have Carter. I have
I've got
Carter.
Carter's
We
too.
got Carters, absolutely. So
Manassas, Fairfax, Alexandria, Washington, D.C.,
yeah,
please.
they're gonna be everywhere. But we got Carter. So that's why we gotta have these conversations about these names now, that we can see who needs to be in the conversation. And now another thing, who is this? This is CE, but oh, Jesus God. Carol, Clement, and Patricia, Jamaica. And I gotta figure out, Carol and Clement are literally England.
Mm.
Michaela Foster might be England. I gotta remember, but Carol and Clement are my England Jamaican. That's the England person who had relations with the Jamaican cousin. Those are the two first cousins, or they may be brothers and sisters, but those are the two who are tied to the same. David Earl is his name. His name was David Earl. David Arthur Earl, something like that. And his father was an Earl out of England, but he was Jamaican and black. But I think his daddy was an Earl.
They got
And
around.
And I
They had
think, his mama was a Thompson, his daddy was an Earl, and that's why they're hitting me on both sides. And to CCE, your line with Patricia and Carol and Clement, and I think Michaela, that is telling me England. But Renaud is Jolene on the call. You see what I mean? So now we got to change focus, because Norris is hooting. And remember I said Wiggum is hooting and wooting? Norris is hooting. Norris is hooting. And Tim is a Prather. Jesus. And so I'm like, and then Carol and Clement is there too. So all that's saying is, whatever these names is, the roads are leading to England. And the same line. So, okay, I'm done. It's almost shy of 9 o'clock. I was trying to cut y'all short, but I feel and I pray that this was good for you. But so I definitely am looking to try to do a more concentrated conversation. It'll probably be in weeks. I may say October. September can be a busy week for people. There's a lot going on. But in October, I'm gonna see what I can find to pick a name, and then see what we can do collectively to break down the walls of those names. All that I'm gonna ask is, shoot me. If I don't have your tree, please upload your JetCom to Gedmatch. If you need help, reach out to me. I will help you. It's so important for us to see that tree and for you to do the work of the tree. All right. Everybody good? Who's Lounce? Lounce slipped in here and I missed him. Who's Lounce?
I know, been here for a long time though.
I'm unmuting you. Y'all might as well come on off now. But if you see in the chat again, this better be recording. It's recording. I see the option. I will be putting this on YouTube so you can pause and you can step through. I'm praying that it was a lot of information, but not so overwhelming if you had to step through it yourself. You just take it one bite at a time, and y'all gonna be where I'm at. And I'm gonna try to be further than y'all. I'm gonna try to figure out how we related. But if we're doing the same steps and methodologies, you will be solid. Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Yes.
Deborah, if you
Yes.
could give me your are you on Ancestry?
Yes. Okay. I'm
And I can't
that.
find you.
There it is. Don't use a space. I'm also adding my phone number in here. If you want to chat or talk, call, text me, and then let's connect with the time and whatever and that kind of thing, and we'll go through that. Jolene,
Why put that in their first name?
Delbert, no spaces. But I'll put
and that should be surname? Under surname?
Didn't you hear Paul went Paul? That's my married name. My main name ain't gonna help you because Paul was not Paul. But so my main name should be, I told you I'm Jamaican. But I don't speak it. I don't even understand the music. But they're my cousins. All right. So my email address is there so that you can invite me to your tree, invite me to your DNA. As you can see, I am definitely using you to figure out how to point in that direction. If I have access to your DNA and I can see your matches, then I can see their trees, and then I can help you to expand further if you don't have that time. Because my prayer is to find my ancestors. Using your information is helping me and it's helping you. So I'm welcome. I'm willing to do that. So I thank you. 901.
Can
Good night,
can
cousins.
can you I want to know where some of these people are, who they're researching and what they know. I'm a little curious because I just want to know who you guys are.
Guess what? I think Delbert Brown.
Yes.
I'm still here. So I figured out how we're related
Oh,
already. Thank you for showing me how to get you on
Ancestry.
yeah, I figured out who you related to.
Okay.
And there are two people that you probably need to get a hold of who could probably help you solve this mystery of faith.
Okay. What's the name?
I sat with them yesterday, all day long yesterday, going through some of this stuff. So now I understand what it is. So it seems like you are on the Thompson side
I am.
of my family, but you probably go way, 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 way back. And I'm not, I would have to do some digging, but you might come out of Sotterley.
Where is Sutherland? England?
No, it's in St. Mary's County.
And Maryland.
Yes.
Oh yeah, girl, trust me. Because I'm kin to David Porter.
Well,
I'm kin to Jerome. Because you're from the
okay.
Freedom Friday group, right?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I'm actually so I'm related to Jerome.
Yep.
I'm related to basically everybody at Sotterley. Everybody over there.
Okay, so hold on. You are Amanda Thompson?
Yeah.
Okay, so you think, as you can see, you think I'm kin to Thompson, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't think I have your tree. So
No, it's a hot mess.
okay. So go fix your hot mess. That's your homework assignment.
Well, no, I can't fix it. It is what it is.
The relationships are the relationships, and I'm okay with that.
Okay.
You can't do nothing with the relationships, but we need to see the relationships, regardless of how crazy they are. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm gonna put Satterley and Jerome. And
So
actually, Jerome is related to me. Hold on. And through where's Jerome Spears?
through the Smiths. So Jerome is related to me through the Smiths.
It could be, but he's related to me also through the roads.
Okay. So yeah, I'm related to him through the Smith.
And
And then there's quite a few others.
Thompson and what's her name on here? Satterley
Plantation.
Plantation. Okay, and Jolene on the call. Jolene.
Yes.
So
Yes. My two-time great grandmother was a Thompson as well.
Which one?
Sally.
I like them.
Out of Louisiana.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Sally Thompson. But she's from what we figured she was from Virginia.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, her and your Hatch person went to Virginia. And then we got to get them out of Virginia. But we think they changed the name from Hatcher to Hatch. That's the
right. Well, she married a Hatch.
Right.
Okay.
We think Hatch is Hatcher.
But I guess my thing is for everybody to just know. So we came off of the boat, Generous Jenny, off of the Cape Coast, and we ended up literally in Sotterley. And I don't remember what year it was.
Okay.
And then as that particular boat went on to different places on the Western Shore and dropped off people, that's basically how all of this got started. And so what happened was a lot of people that are from England started coming in, and the Welsh started coming in, and then the Jesuits started coming in, and so there were, 12 large families who married into 12 more larger families. And so when people started moving into the county, they started marrying into my family, which in turn makes me related to everybody in St. Mary's County.
So when they came over here off the boat, did they come over as slaves or free persons, of indigenous
Slaves.
settlers?
Slaves, because they were housed in the Cape Coast Castle, and the boat Generous Jenny came over to Sauterley. So we just got a plaque this weekend that says that the sacred ground that is Sauterley Plantation, there's a marker from the federal government stating that it's a historical site of the Middle Passage.
Okay, so we definitely should talk. So
Yeah.
one thing I think we got to do is we got to think about the story, people. We got to think about what you know is your story, what I know is my story, and each of us can do the different tasks, but we got to come together with the information that we know, because this is the only way for us to bridge the story.
Yeah, so it's kind of like we're having to work backwards.
Well, we gotta start with what we know. Some of us, some of us have backwards knowledge. Some of us have current knowledge. Like Jolene knows her Louisiana Connect, right? And then there's people in here who might know the Georgia Connect. But we gotta have a session, whether it's recorded. I'm glad this is recorded with what you just said, because now I gotta go backward and listen to what you said so I can make it make sense when I'm ready.
Right, when you're ready to do it. But that's a key point for everybody who's trying to figure out who their families are, B, how we're all connected to the Catholic Church, if that's what you're looking for, right? Looking at our, slave owners and how we're related to them, that would be a good start.
One thing I want you guys to do is do me a favor. If you message me on Facebook, text me, email me, I don't care. Do an ancestry concentrated search, just type England. Don't care who comes back. Just type England. Then as you type England, look and see if anybody in there said Jamaica. Because what that's saying is we know we're kin. And some of us are hitting kin through this Earl line, right? And we just saw in DNA Painter how. But what I need to focus, what I'm going to try to focus on is how we're related using the DNA Painter. If you don't have the time, trust me, I do. I don't have the time, but this is my focus now. And I'm going to look at those small subsets of relationships so that I can understand who's related to who. Because that's the money, that's the key. Who's related to who, so we can look at these surnames and figure out how they started crossing.
Right, and then we also have to look at the GU 272 issue and see whether or not that's how we ended up migrating south.
It definitely was. But what I'll tell you is there's like a Catoctin project. There's all these projects that's rearing out of Maryland and Virginia. All those, and if you don't know, like Amanda is like with me in the 272 project, and we go to the meetings and we're learning, right? But she purchased the same book I purchased because she mentioned it, and I got that sucker too. They might got two copies.
But you know what though? And I had talked to somebody else that you and I are both related to, and I had asked the question, and I said, is the information in that book that we both have, and looking at the index of individuals, their first, last name, date of birth, or whatever information we can get, I said, does this really constitute and make up our tree between the two of us and somebody else? And he said yes. But he's the genealogist for Southern Maryland, so he would know more than what the rest of us would know.
So I
and
think
that, being a good source
Right.
of asking those questions because you don't know, and they would know.
Can you see if he will meet with us in October? It'll give us some time.
What time? Where in Southern Maryland?
What do you mean by where? No, meet on Zoom. Well, I ain't going nowhere.
Oh, Zoom.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a meeting in October, the end of October, in Southern Maryland
Huh?
for our GU 272 genealogy project.
Uh-huh.
I was just trying to figure out where
But
it's going to be in the county.
But we got to remember, like, so there's a disconnect. There's a big disconnect, right? I just barely
Yeah.
found out about 272, because my great grandfather happened to have said he was Maryland. Other than that, I wouldn't have had a clue. Um, there's not a lot of people that go to that meeting. There's some people who are choosing not to go to that meeting. They don't know, and that's where my frustration lies. So I got to prove I am an Anderson. Anderson
Okay.
was in Maryland. They know that the Andersons were a part of 272 and the Jesuit project. They don't know.
Right.
So and I'm a queen. They don't know how. I'm a porter. They don't know how. So the core group don't know because they haven't done the research we're talking about.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying is, so that let's say the Louisiana group, take them for example, they need to come up to Southern Maryland to figure out
No.
who we are so that we can help them figure out who they are,
Well,
in essence, right?
so there's two things, Amanda, for me. Whether I connect to 272, whether I connect to the Jesuit project, whether I connect to the Catoctin project, I'm just looking for family. However,
Okay.
we connect. What we
Right.
got to also realize is, so let's break this down real quick and fast. 270, the GU 272. If you Google that, Georgetown University sold over 200 slaves. They sold over 300 slaves, but they've documented 272. And the Jesuit slaves came over here from England, which is why we have such hot, mad England connections. They came over here in England, and they came over here so that they could help everybody become Christians and save their souls. And then in turn, they started realizing, well, you know what? We need money for the college, Georgetown University. We
Yeah.
need to build a college. I'm sharing this with the other people who may not be in the group, so that they can. So they started purposely selling slaves to fund the growth of the college. So that's one thing that has been shared in the books and in what we glean.
Right.
So they started selling on purpose to earn income to pay for the priests so they can be at the college. And then in 1838, they got so poor because by 1838, no one was going to the college. They didn't like the rigid standards of the Catholics. But before that, they started opening up Catholic churches,
Yeah.
not only Maryland. I hear there was one in Alabama. That's the Jesuits. I don't know where it is. But the story is they started, they were selling slaves. They were shipping slaves. I mean, they were shipping slaves to be working on other plantations. They did not own slaves. The priests were not supposed to have sex with the slaves, so some did, some didn't, but the people who were managing the slaves did. And so you got the overseers for the Jesuits having sex with the slaves. Some of the slaves came over free, but when they had children, they basically, because they had sex with a free person, they enslaved their children for 30 years.
Yeah.
And then after the 30 years, the families kept saying, we're supposed to be free. We're supposed to be free. Now we're up to close to 1800, 1790. We're supposed to be free. So in the 272 project, there were some people who took them to court and won. Francis Scott Key was one set of their attorneys, the queens, I think, or whoever. So you have free persons of color all over Maryland, but then somehow but then so some knew they were free, and some did not know because they got sold. They were so far away, or they took them to the court, and the court said, no, we
Yeah.
decline your request. You will stay enslaved. And so there was a hodgepodge of these different sets. They were not the only ones that had slaves, and I don't want to say they were. But the 272 project is focused on the slaves who were sold. I see you, Nikki, and I'm gonna get you as soon as I'm done. The slaves who were sold was shipped to Louisiana in 1838. And so the Jesuits, the 272 Project only wants to know if your family was sent to Louisiana. That's that project. And do you tie to the families in Louisiana? Now, the families that were behind and the families that were sold, there was no project. So it's my understanding they're doing Jesuit research only if you can tie yourself to a Jesuit priest. And that's the
I think,
conversation
but
that
see,
Karen is having. Go ahead.
yeah, and I think I just did. I know I am. Yeah. Okay. So I'm right. So that is about right. Yeah.
So I'm just saying that, there's these, and then the Catoctin Project ain't really no doggone, they basically trying to be a national park. They're not even trying to find family anyway. So at the end of the day, there's all these research projects going on looking for the slaves. Are they going to do the right thing? I tell them, I don't care what you're trying to do. I'm trying to connect to my family. If I can prove I'm connected, that is what I will do. And if I can't, I could care less. I'm trying to find my family. That is my focus.
Yeah.
Focus that I take. I'm not going to lose no sleep. I'm not going to lose no weight. Trying to prove to some people I am who I am. And that's the only thing I can put you on that, Miss Nikki.
Hello, Delbra. Hello, everyone. Hi, cousin David. It's interesting that you said that some people took them to court, sued, and won. Um, where can I find that information about that? And then I have another question.
I'm gonna go ahead and share. Cause trust me, one thing about me, I do try to be a devil's advocate, sneaky. Cause I'm like, I am gifted to find information. I promise y'all that I will find what I need to find because I'm a hunted down. But I'm gonna share. I'm gonna share that with you. It has been documented on websites where you can read, and I have put that in every one of my queen relatives, and I'm building a tree for them, and I'm trying to figure out who they are and how they're related. So I do have a queen tree, but I'm gonna put it in the chat where you can read. So and I'll tell you what particular documents you want to read, because there's a lot of legally documents, and some of it was noise, but some of it gets to the story. Okay, go ahead. There's another question, Nikki.
Okay, and then I was gonna say I am related to some queens, but I wouldn't know my connections to them, and I also have a lot of matches to people in Louisiana through my Georgia line. So that it wasn't a question, it's just a comment. So thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so I think you came in later, so you can watch. I'm gonna put this video up on YouTube, and then the link should be available tomorrow. If you are in my project on Facebook, I always go to my projects first with the links. Um, and then I will go to the email of everybody who didn't come, and I just share, and that's just who I am and what I do. So I'll do it that way. So you should get it either way, okay?
Thank you. I will watch it. I was at work. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right. Any other questions? So there's
Yes,
two
I was
documents.
wondering. I was wondering if we could say who people are, where they're from, or kind of skipped over that.
Okay, I'll just call Felicia. I'll call that way we can get it out quickly out the way.
I am in North Carolina, but I am originally from New York, born and raised. And I just found out today I might be related to Deborah through Jolene.
No,
She
Mike.
had us on a three-way call.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Amanda.
Amanda Thompson. I'm from Maryland, specifically Hollywood, Maryland, and then St. Mary's County.
Okay, Nikki.
Hey, yes, my name's Nikki Yo. I'm from Buffalo, New York. I have lineage tied to North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia as well. I don't know how. Um, and I'm just here to learn. Thank you for inviting me.
Nikki, are you still in Buffalo?
Yeah. Born
You
and
know I'm
raised.
in Rochester.
I didn't know that, Miss Delbert, because I used to come to Rochester all the time before they had a Popeyes in Buffalo. I used to drive there all the time.
I can't with you. Girl, we gotta hook up. That is ridiculous. Okay, all right. Let me do the next one. Let me not prolong this. Miss Jolene.
Testing. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jolene. I live in Houston, Texas. Um, I am from New Orleans. Um, I am related to the Thompsons, um, and the Hatch family. And I know that the relatives are somewhere around in the Virginia area. Um, and I'm excited to be here. I've been trying for many, many days, but I made myself get on here for sure, but I was late. But I'm glad to be here.
Never better late than never, they say. All right, let me see. Amanda, Miss Kathy, our author.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep it as short as possible. I have been collecting stories for 40, well, since 1976. Okay, fine, but I didn't do anything with it because I was busy, got kids, all that. It wasn't until 2016 when I grew up and said, and the ancestors said, you better start writing our stories. So I have to write one book a year on a different family line as best as I can, like you know what Delbert was saying, as much as I can gather in 9 month period, I write it, put it out there on Amazon and go for it. I think it's really important that we share our stories, and I appreciate what Delbert has done. So maternal lines are out of Ohio, well, that I knew as of 2016. So my mother's family is from Mount Vernon, Ohio. We got Columbus, Ohio. I was born in Cleveland, Ohio. Been out here in Sacramento, California area since the 60s. But mainly that's it. Now, the book I'm working on right now this year is on Roys and Carters, who were born in Virginia and DC, but ended up in Mount Vernon, Ohio. And so that's the big, how did they migrate? So I'm really interested in that. Focus, focus, focus for 1 year. My dad's, well, also on the mother's line are the Bookers that Delbert mentioned earlier. William Myers is next year's book. So if you got any Myers, I think those are the only non-enslaved people. Everyone else has been enslaved on the family lines. And Carter's Roy's, I think. Okay, so that's maternal. Paternal is Marshall. And my paternal line is through Georgia, Columbus, Georgia, Talbot County, Georgia, Putnam, Georgia. Those are the Marshalls. Dooleys, who started off along the eastern coast. They were also in Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi. Grandma Daisy said she was born in St. Louis, Missouri. She was not born in St. Louis, Missouri. She was born in the deep South. So all of these Bullitt County, not necessarily, but right next to it. So Tuskegee in the 1850s. Just those would be Liggins, Smiths. So there, I know there's a Charlie Smith somewhere. I want to see if there's some kind of there. Georgia, again, for both my maternal and paternal. So that's it. And yeah, I only got 2 more to go. It was 10 books in 10 years, and I got only 2 more to go. And then then it's to go back and correct what the theories we find out now. Maybe there's,
Or expand. I correct, expand.
yes, correction and expansion. Yes.
All right.
I
Thank
appreciate
you.
Delbert. Delbert has a different way of doing things that I really am glomming on. I would like to invite you guys to the Afro-American Historical and Genealogical Annual Conference that's coming up in October. They just opened up the book, so you can, I'm sure they'll have a lot of different classes from folks. So, yeah.
Is it virtual?
Heck yes.
Mhm.
Yes, I love it. It was nice when they were in person. It really was nice to see everyone and all, but I'm fine to stay right here in my pajamas and listen to all these. I'll be giving a presentation at the very end, the very last one, I think, because it's on how to write your own books, how to put all your research into some kind of book. Deborah knows about documentaries and all that stuff. There are lots of different ways you can actually share your works, and that's the theme of this year's annual conference. It's something like um, it's not show the world who we are. That's my shtick and spiel. But how do you make sure that we are not erased? With the Project 2025 coming up, so all of those presentations are going to be geared towards making sure that we let the world know who we are. And there's a lot of ways we can do that. And again, check out Deborah's documentary. It's really cool. That's my bucket list item. I would love to be able to get to that. In the meantime, I'm just writing these books and having their stories told. So that's it.
Mr. David.
Well, Kathy, I'm actually speaking at Hogs.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Yeah. I'm go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So I'm actually gonna be presenting my website. I put it in the chat, but I know people don't really have time to look forward too much.
And it's excellent,
So,
folks.
excuse me?
And beautiful.
And it's excellent. It's excellent.
It's a
well, thank
website
you.
of resources, of links and information that can help you with your search as well. So that's what it's about.
Yeah, I put a video in there too that kind of explains what it is. So anyway, I'm David Taylor. I'm in Kalamazoo, Michigan. I research. I actually have family members. My second great grandmother, they were in Putnam County, in Troup County, Georgia, and they were relocated to Claiborne Parish, Louisiana, in Arkansas, and basically the southern states is where my family was at. I can't just pick one. And so that's really it's not really a lot about me. I try to, if I learn anything, I try to share with as many people as I can. Like I said, I started the website based on, we actually started off a PDF that we were going to Freedman Friday, and just one thing led into another, created, like I said, the website. If anyone that's on here, if you say, well, I've looked at your website or I haven't looked at it, but I would like to research or would like to know how to research whatever. It could be wills and probates, and I may have something on there. And you say, well, it would have been nice if he'd have put this on there. Then just tell me and I'll put it on there. It's my site. I can do what I want. So, or if there's a topic that I may not be aware of, I'll work with you and we'll just put it on there. So I'm pretty easy to work with. That's really nothing too much about me. I'm kind of learning like you guys are. We're all at well, we're not at Deborah's level, but I'm at at the same level as everybody else here.
Got no level. We all have gifts that we collectively bring to the table to help us find one another, and that's just what it is. All right, I think I kind of got everybody that's remaining. If I miss anybody, let me know, please. But I think that's all the intros that we got for tonight. So it's 9:30. Oh, Nikki, Nikki. Oh, I'm so sorry. Wait, go ahead, Deborah. Go ahead, cuz.
Hey, cousin. Hey, everybody. My name is Deborah Maddox. I live in Cincinnati, Ohio. And I am a board member of the magnificent webpage that cousin David is talking about, which is Black Pearls of Genealogy. My surnames, well, actually the areas that I research are in Georgia primarily and Alabama. And the surnames that I research are Maddox, of course, which is my maiden name. And on my dad's side, my paternal side is Comer, Brundage, White. And my maternal side is Sagus, which is Saggus, Battle. Sagus, Battle, and there's some other ones, but yeah, that's primarily it. Thank you.
Thank you, cousin. Miss Nikki, you had a question?
No, I forgot to add this to my introduction. Anybody who matches me, David Anthony Taylor, I match a bunch of his kids. That's my cousin. We haven't figured it out yet. But on my paternal side, my father is from Nigeria, from Anambra. He's Igbo. So if anybody is able to make that connection with me on the paternal side, I could say that's where your family's from.
Interesting. Interesting. So this is the last question, and we're gonna go. Who's gonna go play with DNA Painter? I want to know.
I'm gonna go. I renewed my account. But they didn't keep any of my profiles, so that I was doing it the way they
wanted you to.
they do it. But I'm gonna try your way, and so the tree's already up there. They kept the tree, but they threw away all the profiles.
So I'm encouraged, if you're gonna play with DNA Painter, just take it the steps at a time. With download the spreadsheet from the project, because it's going to give you all the chromosomes that you could put in the map. And that's what's going to line you up with other people, like what you saw with my tree. And we can always do it their way when we finally figure out the ancestor. But right now, we're trying to find them so that we can do it their way. So,
so you really want me to send you my tree?
Yes. Your people is your people. It ain't your fault.
And Delbert, what's the name of your Gedmatch group?
Oh, the longest name in history. Just type Alabama and the longest name in history. Bullet
All right, because I have.
bacon.
How many people do you have in your group?
Now I have 250.
Okay, I have our group too. It's all about our family, all about our descendants.
I know I'm managing your 2,000 people group.
Well, you know.
But I'm gonna play around with some of those groups I'm in that got 2,000 people. But I'm gonna promise y'all something. Matter of fact, October I'm gonna be doing this same thing for the Jamaica group that's out there. I got my own, and I'm in one. If you got ties to Jamaica, I'm gonna do the same presentation to them, because I need to figure out this Jamaica and England connection.
Yeah,
I think
Mom.
that's going to be amazing when I use their Gedmatch group to do this.
So when you're doing this, are you also finding documentation to help verify the connections?
Again, you got to remember, I use my high matches to figure out how they match, and then I go for the documentation because I know where to look now. I don't know
Gotcha.
where to look. I can't
Gotcha.
find something. I don't know where I'm looking. But
Right.
like I said, the Wiggums connect. Oh, Deborah, you're a Wiggum too. Everybody on this call is a Wiggum. I don't know how many times I gotta tell y'all that. The documentary is y'all story.
I've not seen that name in my matches before. How do you spell that?
I'm trying to think, Deborah. We did Comer for you, but when you
Yes.
match me and you match the other people because of the painter, you're a Wiggum. Wigham, Georgia. Wiggum, and he purchased slaves from Hannah. Hannah is what I believe is going to take us to South Carolina. So we're not staying with Hannah or Wiggum, because my next goal is to research the Hannahs, because I think they're going to bridge and break through more of the connections to you guys. Like I found with David, like I found with Bobby and David Patterson.
And could I say one more thing? Could everybody just try to get as many family members as possible to get tested? Because that's what helps out so much, whether on both your maternal and paternal side. Some people, their aunt or uncle won't take the DNA test, but their children will.
Get somebody from the line. Get somebody from the line. And that's what I did. My mama cousin won't take it. I was able to get her brother. Praise be to goodness.
And just so you know, I have a bunch of kits in her project, and all of them have the same email, Kanika Webb, KINIKAWEB. If you just do a find on Kanika Webb, all those people are my people.
Yep.
Okay, so I found Ruthie Wigham.
You found who? Creasy?
Ruthie? Yeah.
Tress?
Ruthie.
Oh, Ruthie. When you show me your tree, then I'll be able to see who that is. And if they're in Georgia,
It's in the Hammond family.
Is in the Hannah? Yeah, it would be, because Hannah sold slaves to Wiggums. Hands down. So I'll tell you one thing with the documentary. I don't know, some of you may not have my documentary. I'm gonna quickly try to go throw it in the chat. So with the documentary, what happened was, after I researched the family during COVID, I published the books, and then I got bored. I said, I can do my own story. So I created a documentary of the Wiggums and the Hannahs. And I didn't understand at the time what the Hannahs was about, because I wasn't doing DNA research. But I got all the documents. I have the tree for Hannah. What you can do, go to my profile and look at all my free open trees. Those are the enslavers. So if you're looking for Wiggum, they're there. Hannah might be in Wiggum because the Hannah's married into the Wiggums and sold slaves to the Wiggums. The more thorough, I think the thorough information is over there. Probate records, wills, whatever I could find, census records. So, but anyway, so the documentary is about how the Wiggum guy came over here from Ireland, where he came from, married a Hannah, and when the daddy died, he gave his slaves to the family.
Guess
And
what? I just found out something. So when you had said that to look up,
the name Wiggum.
yeah. So I went in and I picked and I clicked on somebody whose name is Cowboys 1165, and then I looked at shared matches. The hams are on my grandmother's side
On your grandma's side. Okay.
because my second cousin is a match.
Which cut? Okay. So yeah,
My
at the end of the
cousin
day,
is a match
what I'm telling you guys is you're kidding me. You're at a minimum Wiggum.
on both sides. Ben,
Yeah. And actually,
double. So we're double.
Deborah, I think it was Deborah. Who was it?
Deborah Thompson.
No, was it Jolene? I think it was Jolene. Was it you this morning? She hits me on my daddy's side with Wiggum. Wiggum's on my mama's side. But my Jamaican daddy side is connecting to, I think, Jolene or Jolene's connection. That's what it was. Jolene's shared match for Wiggum is tied to my paternal side. No, Jolene's on my paternal side. My
Are you
mother.
talking about 2 o'clock this morning?
No, child. We was talking at 7 this morning.
Okay, so we're connected. Wait a minute. So we're connected on both sides, but the Wiggum side, I think my dad, we went through, that was paternal for me.
It was your dad. Yeah, it was your dad.
Because Sally Thompson is connected to the Wiggums.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
So
I don't
then
know
that
that.
means that it's on. So
I
that's
thought
on
that's what
both
we
sides
saw
for
this
me
morning.
then.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute, Amanda. Jolene. So yes. So Jolene, it connects to me. My belief was through Amanda Hatch, who was a Thompson, and because of Jolene's connection to me and the Thompson name, my theory was it was Jamaican. Now that, and so then we did a search, and her Wiggum is on her dad's side. She's hitting me 2 different ways, and so
Okay, wait.
yeah.
Hold up. So Amanda's mother is Sally Thompson.
On your mama's side?
No, on my dad.
It is your dad.
Yes.
Oh Jesus.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but the reason why it's so confusing is because we're hitting on both sides.
Yeah, I'm on her
And
mama's side and her
when
daddy's
she
side.
originally started out, we were looking at my dad's side, but on my mom's side, my great aunt, is that my great aunt? She's hitting on that side too. So yeah.
So Amanda, what the match you found, that's how come we gotta share, y'all. The match you found is hitting Wiggum and Thompson, right?
Right, because I'm going to say this though,
We gotta look
because of what I found out this weekend, and we were debating on that for like the last 6 months, and I was right the first time, is it's hitting on my grandmother's side because my second cousin, he's on my grandmother's side. So if you do share matches, we show up. So it's on grandma and grandpa. But that has to do with, this is my theory, has to go back to William Neal of Jeremiah.
Okay.
And Captain James Neal.
Oh yeah, we gotta talk. And then there's
because that's on grandma. But then again, if you understand, related to everybody, so in essence, it's going to be double and triple.
Yeah.
For me, it's going to be double and triple for me.
the thing that we got to separate and didact is not so much they're overlapping. It's at some point in time, there's a break. And we just got to get to that break. But so many Thompsons in those areas, I didn't know what to do with them because Thompson's on my daddy's side, maternal Jamaica, England. But they did travel to here. So we're
Yes, they
now
did.
the 16 to 1700s in this conversation. So we just got to learn the story. So hit me up. I gave you guys my number.
Because I also realized that one of the Canes out of Sotterley was enslaved by William Neal of Jeremiah. And so he's out of England, somewhere over there. They're Irish.
Yeah, I have Irish in me.
I don't have it, but everybody else does. I don't have it. I have England and Northwest West Europe, and I have Welsh and I have Dutch.
Okay, you just messed
So is that Amanda speaking right now?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Amanda, so I'm hearing that we are connected, and I do have Irish showing up too.
I don't have Irish, but there are
okay.
My cousins that are first and second ones that are really close, they do.
Okay.
So that means you do too. What I'm trying to figure out, there is, if you go in Gedmatch, you can figure out your heritage breakdown.
Yeah.
That's where you will find more than what the other applications are giving you.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be a paid member to use these tools you're going to show us.
I am. Yeah. So because I'm paid, I think I can type your kit. I just got to freaking figure out what it is. Auto cluster. What the heck is it? Oh my God, I ain't been here in a minute. But
yeah. So that's, and I learned that the hard way yesterday.
What's
that
your kit? What's your kit?
Some of the people are related to me on both sides.
Yeah.
But they're not related to each other. And it's not through marriage, it's through blood.
Okay.
Does that make sense? And then that's how I was able to find somebody else who said, hey, I'm related to the person that they married. But it's not through marriage, it's through blood. So that's why some of my cousins are a lot closer than they should be, but then their parents are like thirds. Like, so the kids show up as like first or second, and the parents show up as thirds.
Can you give Deborah your kit number?
She was moving too fast. I was going to pull
it up. It's crazy.
I just couldn't find the doggone spreadsheet. No.
Oh my God. And some of these people in here have 308 centimorgans, and some of them are like 1,000 centimorgans.
Also, can we get information on Felicia? I'm probably mispronouncing her name.
Let me go to Gedmatch real quick.
Oh, she in the group? And I missed her name, telling us about her?
Yes, you did. Okay. You missed her.
Okay. Yes, Miss.
Oh. And this looks like, that's crazy. But yeah. So it's very, I guess my tree is very, very hard to figure out with some of the stuff, just because we've been here forever. I mean, let's say we came in at 1703 and never left the county. So if we know that my great aunt, she's lived in the same property for 100 years, she didn't leave either. Like her brother didn't leave either. You know what I mean? But grandma, she's been in the same house for 81 years. She didn't leave either. There's a lot going on.
Oh, this is not the one I want. is kind of cool, but it's not the one I want. So this isn't the one I want, but this is Gedmatch. This is a free tool. Gedmatch
Mhm.
will give you a heritage breakdown as well. The challenge I gotta find out is what countries are in these weird areas. Oceanic. What countries is over there so I can figure that part out.
Oceanic would be Asia.
Oh,
Okay, so are you trying to find her DNA breakdown?
yes,
Okay, so go to add mix your heritage.
I'm there.
The second, right there. So go to the second one down. Go first select
By
first
chromosome, by
select Dola.
chromosome.
No, go back up. Go back, select Dolacad.
Hold on. I think I did Eurogenes, but go ahead. I'll try this one. And the
Then
second one.
continue. Then put her kid number in.
See, she
And then
still
pick
never
World
gave me.
9. Pick World 9.
Okay. Ooh.
And now, and this will give her a breakdown.
See, she still didn't give me a kit. I had to go find that thing. She moving too long.
I have to sometimes keep it private because you know how people say certain people know more information than what they know to, and then they call them messy, and then they get mad.
I hear you.
Okay.
That's not us. That's not us over here. So,
But
but
like
this
I
is
said, it's not my fault.
yeah,
Right?
but this is a tool, and that's the gift we have, right? We just some of us have information gifts to be able to get in certain information, and like I said, I'm not a geneticist, but I'm gonna break the heck down out of this mess and make it simple, and make it
Mhm.
make sense. And I won't never do my best to share if I wouldn't stand on it. I just don't do that. But this is awesome because what I liked about this is able to tell me for Asian, this is yours, Amanda. Chromosome 2 is your Asian. 6,
Yep.
10, 11, 12, 13. So what this means, people, that if you have any Asian heritage and you're connecting in chromosome 2, now you know what chromosome connections to look at.
Mhm.
And that's what this is about. And so when it comes to what's Caucasus, what is Caucasus Gedrosia?
That's a
Caucasus
little
is
island. Go ahead.
it's between the somewhere in Europe.
Okay, what's your version, David?
I'll go with what she's saying. I'm not going to argue with nobody.
No, go ahead. It's fine. I could be
No, you're
completely wrong.
good. It's
Yeah,
good.
where Caucasian comes from?
I know.
Southern is actually Southern European.
Yeah.
Europe too.
And Atlantic Baltic is also that's European.
Yeah. So between
Ooh.
the most of the Thompsons that are probably closer to like first to like third, and it like skips generations a bit, they're racking in like 34 to 48%.
Mm-hmm.
And both of their parents are black.
Oh, that's all right. We I did
But
it
that's here nor there. But I'm just saying that's just a lot.
right. So Atlantic Ocean is that did I really type Atlantic Ocean? That is not what I asked y'all for.
Mhm.
Sweden, Finland, Russia, Latvia, Lithuania,
Yeah.
Poland, Denmark, Denver.
So Sweden and Denmark I have, and
Yep.
Sweden
And
and
also,
Denmark.
if you go back to Gedmatch where you were at, and then you see where it gives like the world calculation, the very first, I forgot, I can't pronounce that guy's name, right? Oh, I'm putting my mouse on there, so that's probably
Oh,
why. Yeah,
then
there.
this here,
Okay.
Quanticos.
Yeah, you can
Sorry.
click on those. You can click on where it says more information on the back. If you go back, so you go back one more time
Hold on.
and just click where it says for more information at the very end, click here.
Well, praise good. Why you didn't put it on the page? It ain't like there's a lot of information over there.
Go, yeah. And if you go back one more time, it's still another thing where it says click here too. So there's plenty of information there.
Well, I
Yeah,
clicked the last one.
yeah, that's what, okay. Yeah,
That was the one that opened that page.
okay, yeah. So there's plenty of information on there if you want to know more about it.
Oh, okay, about the areas and what the breakdown is. Yeah, definitely, because definitely, I don't know what that means, but the locations is helpful. So, like, if she has that and I don't have that, we know we're not looking at the same people. And it's
You're
not.
gonna have Eastern, you're gonna have that on there. You're
I
gonna have
have,
Atlantic.
yeah, I have Europe definitely, but I don't think I have what she has showed. And I didn't do Dad, the
Dolacad.
Daddy, the Dodie Dad. I did my chromosome.
But
I know I
listen, so if you're comparing your DNA, like if you go back one more time,
yes.
and now scroll to the very bottom, click on the first pick Dolicat at the top, pick Dolicat, and then go down to the bottom and pick comparing two DNA kits. Click on the very bottom, the last one, yeah, and then click continue. And then put your kit in there and her kit. No, put your own kit in
I
there.
done lost a kid now. I was trying to be so smart. Hold on.
She's right there. She can tell you what it is, right?
You ain't got to tell me. I just got it.
Okay.
Got it right
And
there.
now pick World 9. And now this will compare both of your DNA. So you can see what out of your 23 chromosome. So it looks like you guys are sharing a black ancestor, but on chromosome 16 and 15, you're sharing a white ancestor as well.
I do not see what you
Well, yeah,
see.
that
What in the
that
world
would
do you
make
see?
sense.
What in the world do you? I don't see what you see. Where's
So
the
yellow is Atlantic
Atlantic Baltic?
Baltic.
Okay, where?
I
Everything that's
see it.
yellow, everything that's
I
brown is
see the yellow,
Africa.
but where do we overlap?
Okay,
It's
you
Yellow is the
15.
basically
overlap. Oh, the colors are the overlap.
right.
The colors.
Right.
And
Are
if
the
it's
overlap.
black, that just means you guys don't have a common ancestor that
Okay,
you're
so we
sharing.
got a sliver of green right there on chromosome 12. It's a sliver of green. There's
Yep.
some baby blue. Who is baby blue? Oh, that's
But the
dope.
thing about
South
this is
Asian.
the
South
thing
Asian.
about this is what's so important is when you have a white ancestor, you really need to do this as well.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times you can do, I've actually did it with a lot of my white cousins, thinking, we know we shared a lot of white ancestors. We knew it was white because we know we have the same trees. But there was also such big chunks of black in there. And so I was saying, one family member, we knew we shared a Native American ancestor, but I was like, well, maybe she wasn't Native American because it says here that she's African. So she may have passed, or, the story
Yeah.
just sent out. So then, one family member, she got really quiet and she was like, I was like, are you okay? She said, I'm as pale white as you can get. I was raised as a Christian, a white woman, and now
Mm,
I have an ancestor that was enslaved.
yeah.
And so she said, my whole life has just turned now. But then she had as much black in there. She had more black than you got yellow as a black. She had a lot. And so it was on multiple lines. So we knew that it was an African American because we only have that person's first name. So it's really important when you're doing a white family member to also check if you know who they are.
Yeah.
And see if they're if you're not, because we're always looking for the slave. We're looking for the slave owner, but maybe it's not the slave owner that's the connection.
True.
Maybe it's the slave.
Well, you know what, David? Sometimes it's a surprise and sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
In some instances, somewhere along the line, they, especially in Louisiana, I mean, my sister dropped a bomb on me the other day. Amy Coney Barrett, the Supreme Court judge.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
She's black. She's black.
What was her percentage? I'm just curious.
What's her percentage?
Yeah.
I can't tell you right offhand because I really didn't roll up my sleeves yet. But my sister broke it down for me. In New Orleans, when you have black people that pass for white, we call them poisson blancs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she's a poisson blanc.
Passing on color.
She graduated from Dominican High School in New Orleans. And she's truly from New Orleans. And her family is black. Another one, but you can tell that she is black. Melvo. You remember the news reporter? Suzanne Melvo?
No, I don't know.
No.
Okay, Suzanne Melvo. She is the partner to, what's the girl name that's from Haiti? Jean-Pierre, is it Jean-Pierre?
Yep, that's what it is.
Okay,
Jean-Pierre.
so that's her partner. And she's from New Orleans too, but you can tell she's black. But Amy Coney Barrett, my sister dropped that bomb on me the other day and was like, you remember that? You know them? I was like, no, because I've been away from New Orleans for a long time. So sometimes
it's actually two black
really
people sitting on the Supreme Court. That's crazy.
Yep.
I'm surprised
She
nobody
is.
exposed her. Ain't that precious?
Three.
So, Deborah, do you have in your thing here, do you have any of your white family members in here?
That's why I got this up. Thank you. In my spreadsheet, in my spreadsheet, everybody yellow that I'm aware of are my white cousins that are working with us. Like Patricia
Wow.
was on earlier. They are the Ellen is the one that sent me my gifts.
Okay, well, can
Really
you
are
compare
turning out.
your DNA with them and see where you're sharing?
Yeah, definitely. Because I didn't know how to do that, and so that's definitely going to be helpful. I got a few.
Oh, she got some proctors in there.
We do. I do.
I would like to say something regarding what you
Yes.
said, David Anthony Taylor. I have a few white matches that are on Gedmatch, and I checked their DNA, and they have a lot of black in them, and they're on Ancestry. I go on Ancestry. I think it's a grandfather or daughter. It's a big family that's tested. The grandfather was 5% black, but I can't find the black person in the tree, but I see the black person in Gedmatch. So everything you said was on point, David.
Exactly. One thing I'll tell you, like for instance, David can understand what I'm sharing. All I'm gonna say is no need. That sometimes they can get frustrated when they start seeing us connecting to their tree, but that could be because we found that we have that someone in their line had an enslaver or something occurred that's that's having us connect to them to our tree, because I have it all day. If I know that you was my enslaver, you're in my tree because I need to see you. And they don't give me a way to say enslaver, manager. So and I'm not going to lose who this person is. So until I can figure out the parent, you're in my tree. And so sometimes they're getting frustrated when they're seeing results and they got somebody black connecting to their whole white tree. Well, unfortunately, sometimes that's because we figured out how we're connected to your family. And it could be
Well,
through
some,
a probate.
yeah,
And it may not be
yeah.
DNA, but we have a connection to your family.
Well, I think sometimes it depends on your family because every white person that I've connected to, they've immediately put us all on their tree because every time we see white people on our DNA matches, believe it or not, they see us on theirs.
Absolutely. But I'm talking
Absolutely.
I'm talking about somebody who's frustrated from a call Friday that was happening, and I didn't say anything. I would have said
Are you going to show us your DNA match with her to see the comparison?
her who
You said you were going to
white
show
person.
yeah. And then because I wanted to show you one more thing because this is something that is going to be good for you to use since when you get there. And you know what? And so when you get her kit number, do you know what segment you guys are connecting on?
I do because of DNA Painter.
Okay.
Like
So
what I would have done is gone to DNA Painter for Amanda and looked at 16, since that's what
okay,
the
so
white person was.
okay, great. That's all I want you to remember is that. So now go
That's
to get her kit number and then we'll do the comparison. I want to show you something else.
with somebody. Oh, with a white person.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, well, you guys should have fun with mine because there's a lot on Gedmatch that are white.
Okay.
They're all
So
related
go
to me. A lot.
click next.
Yeah.
And then put both the kit numbers in.
But what I'll
And
tell you for me
yeah.
is I do the project people because it's a concentration and I know them. God damn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you got me cussing.
Sorry.
No, but that's amazing. A fudging amazing, man. Got to be more careful.
Mm-hmm.
How much yellow do I got to have? And this is the one who sent me my gifts, so she already know. African. Oh, why is African in there? And what does that mean? I see me.
That means it's an African ancestor. That's what it means.
Oh, my African ancestor is on that.
No. These are who you share a black ancestor and you share a white ancestor.
Both of us.
Yes, this is comparing both of your DNAs together. This is what I was telling you. Like if you look at like chromosome 17 where it's all white, where it's yellow,
Yep.
that's how much I share. Something like that's what I shared with a white ancestor, a white cousin, but that was all brown. And she had no idea she was black. But now, since you know so see, look, if you look at chromosome, and what I would recommend, don't go by these numbers on the bottom. Sometimes you actually have to count because the numbers can be off.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
if you look at chromosome 6, chromosome 4,
Oh, the
chromosome
brown.
2,
It's just the
7. So
African.
pick one, pick chromosome.
Was it
Okay, let's
16?
say chromosome 6. Let's say 6 first,
Are you
right? Go
saying I can
back.
click it?
No. Go back 2 space. Go all the way back. Go back again.
A moment.
And now stroll down and pick right there.
African.
Go no. Pick paint the difference between two right there, and then click next, and then put both of your kids back in. But this time pick world 9, but now put in what chromosome you're sharing. We said 6. Then continue.
I thought you said 16.
No,
No,
6.
he wants to look at 6.
And now what it is at the top, it shows your kid and then her kid. And then if you scroll down to the bottom, it shows exactly where you guys sharing it at, where you have shared common ancestors at. But you see your Native American, you got a little bit of Native American
Trust me, that's how come I hate ancestry. I know
but
my
you gotta
grandmother
scroll,
said we were
listen, you
Indian.
can't just look at this page, you gotta move it all the way to the
Oh,
right.
I know. I was just looking, Dave. Oh, look at me, I'm Indian. I really do. My grandmama said her granddaddy was part Indian.
So wait, go back. Right there.
What you saw?
So this is where you guys share a black ancestor, and this is your start and finish point.
Okay.
So the top is you, the bottom one's her. I mean, the middle one's her, and the bottom is where you guys are sharing.
And so, the bottom is where we overlap.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's going to be your start in the bottom, and it's going to be your end.
All that Indian. I thought that was me. This is her. All that
right,
red.
but you keep going down because you have to remember this is only on this chromosome.
I do understand. No, I understand. I got some slippers, but she got a lot of Indian.
That's on chromosome 6. So now you can go back and then put in chromosome 6. What you said you guys shared it on 12 or 16?
Oh.
You said you and her. You have
they was talking about from before. 16 had a lot, but and we don't have to do it. But we now have learned how to take this further after we're seeing the alignments. This is awesome. Right.
So this is if you're doing just one chromosome at a time, because if you match someone and like when you're showing on when you're doing segment search, and you're saying, oh, I matched this person on chromosome 2. Then you can put their kit number here, and then you can see exactly where you're matching them and where you're sharing.
Okay, and that sliver right there is brown, green.
It's a little bit of everything.
Okay. So what's in green and yellow is
go back over to the top. It'll tell you all.
Caucasus, right with Caucasus and yellow.
That's a little island I think is outside of Australia or something. It's a little island, it's not Australia. It's in I have to look at it.
Yeah, it separates Europe from what would we call Asia, but like that would be what.
Yeah, it's a little. It's like an island area. I can't remember what it's called though, but yeah.
But what's so cool about it, if it's a little island, it gotta have a lot of information because it ain't got that many people.
But now you can also see that you share a black ancestor with her as well.
Wait till I tell her that. Wait till she watches it.
But that's just in that chromosome. You can actually do every one of your chromosomes if you want and do it that way.
Yeah,
like, well, how much is the next?
No, that is awesome. That especially if we're trying to figure out, do we have Indian? Where's the Indian? And do you have a conversation about Indian? Let me go look. It's on this chromosome. So that's how we're going to take the map further.
And see, this is what for you, Delbra. If you go back just to where you're matching it, and if she's matching right there. If she's matching other people on chromosome 6 between that's 21, 2, 3, 4, 25. Like between the starting point 21 to like maybe 30. Then you're like, okay, then you all guys are sharing the same black ancestor as well.
Right here. Oh, that is dope. So y'all understand that this is the numbers at the bottom are the segment ranges that we saw.
Right. That's the start and stop. That's your start and stop.
These are the ranges, but okay, that's cool. Half in between this 25 million.
Yeah. So anybody that she also matches other black people, and they're in that segment, and they're sharing those same start and finish points, you're like, oh, we all got a Black ancestor that we share.
Gotcha.
And so you're not only looking for white ancestors, like I said, she also have a Black ancestor as well.
Got Black. I
Right.
wouldn't have thought that, but she got Black. Now, is it Black or yeah, matter of fact, if
No,
it
it's
was
Black.
Indian,
It's African.
it was
It's
Indian,
African.
it would have been
No, it's
would have been
African.
red.
Yeah, it would be red. That's African. But that's just that one chromosome.
Yeah. I don't know if that she knew that part right
I'm
there.
not gonna say anything else because I just keep y'all going.
Who would? David is used to 1 o'clock meetings, y'all. I keep trying to get y'all to go home, but David is used to 1 o'clock meetings. But
No,
this
no,
has
I'm
been
not. I was
amazing.
just saying you were. I just wanted to show you that because everybody's
Don't know
not
how to
familiar
use
with
it.
it.
How to use it. No, this has been amazing, an amazing add, even knowledge to me. And again, we don't know it all, but together we can learn a lot. And I think that's the beauty when we come together. So, oh, that's phenomenal. That's phenomenal to be able to utilize that as a tool. All right. So, all right, guys. I'm not. Oh, Nikki, you got another question?
We
She just
still
be
have
trying.
we still have one more person to hear from.
Oh, who was that? Not the F. Wait a
Fel-
minute.
Felicia.
Felicia. Okay. Go ahead, Miss
Felicia.
Felicia. Thank you for that, cousin.
Okay, you mean the introduction?
Oh, I
Yes.
thought she talked.
I did, but I'll go again. My name is
I'm
Felicia
sorry, I missed
Powers.
her.
That's okay. I went first, actually. She called me out first. My name is Felicia Powers. I live in North Carolina since 2006. I am originally from New York, born and raised in the Bronx. Well, I was born in the Bronx, but not raised in the Bronx. I was raised in Queens. And I noticed through conversation, just checking those surnames that were mentioned, I matched to the surnames of Carter, Earl, Wiggum, Bird, Thompson, Myers, Marshall, and Maddox. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. And
these were cousins.
Deborah mentioned another one that I didn't write down. You mentioned one after Maddox that I didn't catch.
For Deborah.
Brundage.
Yes. How do you spell that?
Okay, so there's 16 different spellings of Brundage. Mine is BRUNDIDGE.
DIDGE. BRUNDIDGE.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Alabama.
Okay.
And in the ancestry, you can choose and variations, and then anything similar
Yes.
to Brundage, without typing it, it should return it.
And I have to share this with you, you all. Although, we all are digging. We are all scientists at some level, but I start looking at facial features. So this morning, when I was talking to Delbra and Felicia, I was like, oh, I called Delbra. I said, Delbra, you look like my Auntie Bert. And then I said, Felicia, y'all resemble. And then it's like I'm looking at all the like Deborah, you resemble, like it's like I can see it. I can the high cheekbones, the smile. I have that exact same smile you have. I don't know what's wrong with my camera today, but the exact same smile, the exact same one. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because Amanda found an aha moment, and at the end of this, because Amanda will find 3 more. Yes, Miss.
Yes, it will. OMG. Chromosome 16, 17, 19. Good God Almighty. 15.
A what?
For you and I.
For you and I. The
13. Good God. 10. 9. I'm scared to do anybody else.
But I think I'm gonna be honest with you guys. When I can finalize Hannah and take Hannah somewhere that trail will, I believe, may connect us to Thompson, and then I'm trying to and then when I do this same thing for the Jamaicans And that project over there that's for Jamaica, somewhere by October, the rubber gonna meet the road, I believe. And then Miss Amanda
And we're all
knows
gonna
what
have an
she
epiphany
knows.
together.
When Amanda knows what she knows about the Maryland Connect, it's something between Maryland, the Alabama coming from Georgia back to Maryland, and then the UK, England coming into America. This is where this is hitting right here. All of us
Right.
right here.
Because it's coming out of Yorkshire, England.
Okay.
It's coming out of Yorkshire.
Don't forget Germany, because Maddox is is a German descent name.
Okay. I don't think my cousins, they have German. My first and second cousins, they have a lot of German. But I didn't get any German.
Yeah, I don't have any that I see.
Like my first cousin, German.
It might depend on what side your family's on, Deborah. And we remember we got all these ancestors, right? And so
Right.
depending
And
on
we
which
got double.
ancestor we're hitting, well, Amanda has double, but and I'm gonna say this to y'all, and then we're gonna go, because, and I do not say this proudly, I don't, but I say this as a reality check. My husband is my cousin. We have been married 16 years. We have no children together. That man was from Georgia. Deborah, you are stupid. His family was from Augusta. My family was from Bullitt County, Alabama. They both migrated to Rochester, New York. We went around the same neighborhoods. I never met this man until 2009. And I took a DNA test, and I decided to look for him under the Georgetown link on Ancestry, and the man was hitting the same person. And I was like, no, how are you hitting the same person? And so I had to look my boo in the face. I said, what you want to do? And so it is what it is. We did not cause this madness.
He said it's
No,
too
we
late
didn't.
now.
It's an absolute show.
He's not a close match. My cousin is not. He's enough. Five generations ain't far in 8 generations. And I don't say this proudly. Y'all don't understand. I'm a woman of faith. I trust you that, and I stand on testimony and belief. And I told my husband, you can't talk about nobody going forward.
Nobody.
We can't judge nobody going forward. But I tell people, if I left this man, I would probably have a beat down from the world. He is an amazing person. He really is. I guess he's like me because he's my cousin. But anyway, but he's a beautiful person. He really is. And so it is what it is. This is just what we have to live with going forward. But I wasn't looking for him. I wasn't looking for the fact that my paw wasn't my paw. But DNA don't lie, it verifies. And we just got to figure
Right.
we just
And
gotta
I guess
figure it out and love our family how they are.
for what they are and what they bring to the table.
That's it.
And it's hard sometimes because people, when I was growing up, it was like, well, we're not them and we're not them. But come to find out, we're all genetically related to each other. But it's like, oh, we don't associate with them because they're them. Just being messy.
Absolutely.
And knowing what happened and what was going on, I guess I'll keep it to myself.
Absolutely.
Because then I'll be in trouble.
So, we're in this, and so I'll tell you honestly, because of the fact my father's not my father, and y'all pray for me and my mom. I'm not talking to the lady. My mama is messy, y'all. So all I'm gonna say, I gave it to God. But
yes.
I don't have any I never really had relationships with my immediate family. Y'all really are my family. I appreciate you for your time. I do. I appreciate that you're getting out of, for me, something that benefits you. We build the family that we need in our life. Some of us have to do that. And you guys really are that for me. So I appreciate you. It's 10:15. I'm going to bed.
Wow.
I haven't been asleep since 7 o'clock this morning. Thanks, cousin Jolene.
Well, you know what?
For 5 hours.
Hey, Delbra.
Yes.
I said, we need to get in contact. We need to talk to Felicia. I believe we're all related. And you know what? The ancestors never fail me. When I get that hunch, I got it.
And she came and she gave me her time tonight. I know she learned a lot, but she gave us her time. And we just want to find our family, and we stand on the word of truth. That's where we are today. So,
Yes.
all right, cousins.
Good night.
The video by
night.
tomorrow.
Thank you. Good
But
night.
yeah,
Thanks so much.
Yes,
so
thank you
we'll
all.
Deborah, we'll be in
Yes.
touch.
You got, girl, I gave you
All
my
right.
number. I gave you my email. Text me.
No, I know, but we're gonna be in touch with the other person that knows the rest of the stuff that I don't know.
So
That's gonna
listen,
be able to help you.
I don't want to wait for 270. They got their own
No,
agenda.
no. It's totally. He's not even in that
Okay.
group.
Whoever you want me to connect to, I'm here for it. You believe that?
I think you're friends with him on Facebook.
Oh, okay. I'm here for it. So you got my number. Text me. We'll schedule some time and let's do the thing.
All right.
Okay,
Well,
yeah,
Deborah,
and then he'll help you,
That's David.
and you'll be amazed.
I
Wonderful.
hope that I didn't add nothing else new to your plate there.
No, that was amazing. Because I don't want to be the end all be all.
great.
This is for us. You know, we're sharing
Yeah,
and we're
I'm
learning.
just saying. I meant not that. I mean, it's going to be more work because you're going to be looking at that now and being like, oh, not
Well,
only we.
I'll be honest with you. My focus and concentration is the groups in DNA Painter and these relationships. So I can come to you guys and say you are Rhodes, and I can say you are Hannah, and I can say you is a Bird, and I just need to vet your relationships to my line. Then when I get with Amanda, we can all roads is leading to Virginia, which then leads to England. You know what I'm
And
saying?
you find out your white cousin's black ancestor. That's what I want to hear.
Oh, well,
I don't know that because listen, I love her. She says she love her black cousins more than her white cousins.
Well, you tell her she got black in her now, so she'll be happy.
I'll tell her before she watches tonight's video.
Yeah.
But,
Oh yeah. This is all
her,
recorded.
and her crying emoji is funny.
Yeah. But for me, it was easy to find all of my white ancestors. I found them first, straight off the bat.
It's helpful because a lot of their work's already done.
My problem
Well,
is
no,
I think them as enslavers, and I don't know that they're related till I find a cousin that's connected, and then I'll say you're related to this part. Oh my God! And that literally happened. I have in Alabama, and then I'm gonna go. Amanda, stop. In Alabama, I had a McGrady named McGrady. He came over from wherever he came over, Ireland. He married a Smith. He came to Butts County, Georgia. Next thing then he came to Bully County or Pike County, Alabama, which it was at the time. He died 1853. Slaves went to McGrady's and slave went to Cope's, which I believe is an Indian line, right? So they split. And all the time I was like, I don't know who his daddy is. Then one of my white cousins, her name is Mary Lou Peak. She's in the project. Mary Lou was like, we are so sorry. It was just interesting. We're so sorry for what we've done. Me and my prayer group, we just prayed. And so I said, well, I love you. Can you please share your DNA and stuff and get in Gedmatch? I walked her in Gedmatch. Next thing I know, by looking at DNA Painter, I said, I'm not related to her through McGrady because I thought I was. I'm married to the wife's line Smith. I'm telling you that Smith is going to be another one that's going to connect us in some weird way over here in Virginia. So, but the DNA don't lie. And so finding that connection through somebody else that was white in the Smith line, I was able to jump. And so we use DNA the right way. We're going to have these breakthroughs. So bye, people. Bye.
I got one more question. I got one more question.
She's in
the project. Her last name is Pete. Like the key. Peake. Oh,
wait a minute. I have some peaks.
I have peaks too.
Wait, and do you guys
mind?
Do you guys mind for people that's not in my project? Do you mind joining as well? Can Deborah put you in there? Because like she's I've got like 2,500 people in my project.
Yeah. So I
got
have
white,
peaks.
black, a little bit everybody in my project.
Does anybody else have Tibbet?
No.
Didn't I tell you Amanda was gonna find 12 other things?
I have a question. Felicia, are you what is your name on in Deborah's
And Ancestry
No, in Delbra's project.
project? Oh,
I don't know. I'm in there already.
yeah, girl, I know you.
Cause Deborah Maddox, she's an administrator in my project as well. So anybody can always give her the kit number and she can add it in as well.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
don't
also,
think. Go ahead.
and also, Kathy, what did you say your email address is for your kids?
It is Kanika Webb, K-A-N as in Nancy, I-K-A-W-E-B as in boy.
Okay, Kanika Webb.
Webb.
Okay.
At, well, it doesn't matter, but just do
Yeah.
a find on Kanika Webb and that'll
And
pull.
Felicia, what is your email address?
My email address is god_is_awesome@ymail.com.
Okay. And she's in your kit or your group, Delbra.
Girl, I gotta look right now because I ain't seen nothing say God. I don't be like, yes, he is, girl.
Amen all the time.
But
Wait a minute,
I
who's
think, wait a
talking?
minute, I'm
Who
sorry.
has that email?
I have 7 email addresses.
Wait a minute,
So
what's the name?
I think I use powerfell@icloud.com for that, if
No,
I'm not
what
mistaken.
is your name? Because I
My
don't see
name,
who's talking. I don't see who's talking.
I'm talking now, Felicia.
Oh,
She
Felicia.
wanted my email address.
Felicia Powers?
Yeah.
Is that the one I used in Gedmatch or my email in general you're asking?
On Gedmatch.
Yeah,
Oh,
Powerfell. I'm gonna put it in the chat.
PowerFell?
Yeah,
Okay, I use PowerFell. I'm sorry.
yeah, you use
Yeah.
Power. Oh,
And
that's
so
all
is
right.
she in your group? In
She's
your
in my project, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay.
I just put her in the chat.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. So,
Hmm.
all right, gangy.
All
All
right.
hands are clear.
PowerFell. I'm sorry.
So I guess we'll see each other Thursday.
Girl, you know, text me before that.
Okay.
Because,
Yeah.
we can't get into text me before that.
Okay.
Because they you know, they're on a whole focus plane
Yeah.
and you don't sway them too far off that focus. And
Right.
they don't search the way I search.
Right.
And it doesn't mean that I definitely will probably share with them, but I don't know. They're on a different thing.
So do you
Yeah,
all
but
go to the
what
free?
they're gonna end up finding out is they probably need to bring their butts back to St. Mary's County, and they'll be able to figure it out.
No, I see that.
Do
And
you go
but
to the free?
they definitely are trying. I'll be honest with you. They definitely are trying, but they have so much endogamy going on in that one county that they're stuck just trying to find these close relationships and everybody that's tied in. They're like, I don't know how this person is related. This doesn't make sense. And that's because
But it does if you're from, let's say, St. Mary's County. It does make sense.
Double, can I say something real quick? I went to
Yes.
get some water and I came back expecting y'all to be gone.
And I
But
want
for
to say
all the
something
new
about the
people
baby.
that's here that don't know me or don't know about the website, please go to the website and see if there's some things on there that could help you or, help you with the research. It's, there's other
amazing.
websites out there, but,
It's amazing.
mine's a little different.
This is for us, by him.
And it's very beautiful.
It is very beautiful.
That counts.
And he
It's
did it
gorgeous.
himself.
Gorgeous.
He got to show me how, because I'll be honest with you guys. What I am going to do, that database I showed you has 2,500 enslavers. I have a website, but I'm going to revamp my website. And David, you are going to help. I'm telling you right now. I don't need it to look like yours, but you are going to help me. But I do want it to look like a database with a list and that's searchable. And I'm going to keep it simple. But that way, what my vision is, I have transcribed all of these census for 4 counties in Alabama. I have all census up to 1870. And what I just want to be able to do is take the 1870 census and show you how they're tied to the slaves that I found.
Mhm.
So at least for these counties, that will be helpful. And I think that's what we need. We need to be able to tie them to the 1870 census if the records have already been done. Okay, I am out.
What counties?
Pike.
Everybody just gonna have to hang up because ain't nobody gonna stop talking.
Yeah,
I
so
know,
my
that's right.
family's from Pike.
Pike, I have completely transcribed Pike.
Oh,
I
wow.
have all of the census records for Pike. I have all of the census records for every county, Barber, Bullock, Macon, all the way up from inception that was available. I've transcribed it in my own way until 1870. I did not do 1880. I completely transcribed Pike County, Alabama, as far as the deeds and that was the database, 2,400 enslavers, by looking at the deeds and the probates that I showed you guys the link for. My prayer was to go to Macon County because they have people that I know that I'm looking for. I don't know why I didn't find these, but it don't matter because I saved them in a spreadsheet. So I will be looking at those records. But I wanted
Tuskegee,
to,
if that's where you want to go, Tuskegee Courthouse is fun. You just
girl,
got
I'm
to be
in
awake.
Alabama. I'm in Rochester.
Oh,
I was so glad that they
well,
are.
you know, you got to go make a trip.
Well, that's true. Yeah, that's where people from. I was glad that they did them online, but I was frustrated when you don't see them on Family Search until Emily shared me with the link that I could find them, and then David figured out the easiest route to get to the same source. And so at the end of the
Go
day,
David.
what you're looking for is there. Where's the Go Delbro? No, but there is the Go Emily, because she found, and she might have said images, and I just ignored her, and I saved the link, and that's all I cared about was the link, because I was happy. Because I was happy. 1027. Bye. I'm going to end it for all. We out of here. I'm going to end it for all. Love you guys.
Love you.
Call me Amanda. Text me Amanda tomorrow, and we'll talk, okay?
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah,
schedule a time to talk. We'll schedule a time to talk.
Yeah, we'll set a time to talk, and then that way I can get the Southern Maryland genealogists in here to help, and we might be able to figure some stuff out.
That'll work. All right, love.
All right.
All right.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.